Lion of Judah Society.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, 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 they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
When I say more, you say fire.
Lion of Judah Society.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room. Psalm 81.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob.
לאלוהי יעקב, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב.
Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledst in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies, and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. Their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat. With honey out of the rock should I have satisfied.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף. הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב. שאו זמרה ותנו תוף, כינור נעים עם נבל. תקעו בחודש שופר, בכסה ליום חגנו. כי חוק לישראל הוא, משפט לאלוהי יעקב. עדות בהוסף שמו, בצאתו על ארץ מצרים, שפת לא ידעתי אשמע. הסירותי מסבל שכמו, כפיו מדוד תעבורנה. בצרה קראת ואכל לצקה, אענך בסתר רעם, אבחונך על מי מריבה סלע. שמע עמי ואעידה בך, ישראל אם תשמע לי, לא יהיה בך אל זר, ולא תשתחווה לאל נחר. אנוכי אדוני אלוהיך, המעלך מארץ מצרים, הרחב פיך ואמלאהו. ולא שמע עמי לקולי, וישראל לא אבה לי. ואשלחהו בשרירות ליבם, ילכו במועצותיהם. לו עמי שומע לי, ישראל בדרכי יהלכו, כמעט אויביהם אכניע, ועל צריהם אשיב ידי. משנאי אדוני יכחשו לו, ויהי עיתם לעולם. ויאכילהו מחלב חיטה, ומצור דבש אשביעך.
Psalm 81.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob.
לאלוהי יעקב, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב.
Take a psalm, and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel, and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledst in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies, and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. But their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Here today's psalm, Mizmor Pei Aleph. Mizmor Pei Aleph. Psalm 81. Psalm LXXXI. Here, Midrash, Shemu'uli, Gevir, right here. A festival meditation. Today's psalm, according to the royal order, the Ethiopian Hebrews, and here, after the order of Malachi, Tzedek, Melchizedek. Here from the Sefer Tehillim, the Psalter, we have today's psalm, Mizmor Pei Aleph, Psalm 81, Mizmor Pei Aleph. Lamnatzeyach al Hagitit le'asaf. Harninu le'Elohim ozenu. Hari'u le'Elohe Yaakov. For the leader, Lamnatzeyach, for the leader, upon the Gittith, upon the Gittit, al ha-Gittit, li Asaf, of Asaf, a psalm, of Asaf, li Asaf, Lamnatzeyach, al ha-Gittit, li Asaf, Harninu le'Elohim ozenu, Hari'u le'Elohe Yaakov. Sing aloud. Harninu, sing aloud. Harninu. to Elohim our strength. Make I and I sing aloud, make I and I sing aloud. Harninu lelohim ozenu, harninu lelohim ozenu, haru lelohe Yaakov. For the leader, the chief musician, the overcomer, Lamnatziach, al-Hagitit le-Asaf, up on the Gittit, al-Hagitit le-Asaf of Asaf. Harninu, sing aloud, le-Elohim, to Elohim, Ozenu, Ainai, Oz, Ainai, strength, Ozenu. Harninu, le-Elohim, Ozenu. Shout, Haru, shout, y'all. Haru, shout, le-Elohim, le-Elohe, Yaakov, to the Elohim, Elohe, le-Elohe, le-Elohe, Yaakov, to the Elohim of Jacob, to Elohe, Yaakov. Here, the opening verse. Here, today's Psalm Hebraically, verse 1, the Aleph and the Beit verse of Psalm 81, verses 1 to 2. In the other Bibles, KJV, the superscription for the leader, for the chief musician, Lamnatziach, up on the Gittit, al-ha-Gittit of Asaph. The implication, a psalm, but literally of Asaph, le-Asaph. Sing to Elohim, Ozenu, Ainai, strength. Shout to the Elohe Yaakov, to the Elohim of Jacob. These words here are to be considered in the light, the illumination of what Scripture says elsewhere, even in Bamidbar, even in Numbers chapter 23, verse 21, where it reads, no one hath beheld iniquity in Jacob. None hath beheld iniquity in Jacob. Lo hibit awen beYaakov. None hath beheld, lo hibit, iniquity, awen, in Yaakov, in Jacob. Lo hibit awen beYaakov. Why did Balaam, choose to mention Jacob, Yaakov, not Abraham and not Yitzhak, only Yaakov, only Jacob? Because Balaam saw that out of Abraham had come base metal, Yishmael, and all the children of Keturah. And he also saw that out of Yitzhak there had come Esau and his princes. But Jacob was all holiness, all Kedusha was all islandness. For to his sons, according to Bereshith, Genesis chapter 49, verse 28, all these are the 12 tribes of Israel. All these are the 12 tribes of Yisrael. Kol ele shibtei Yisrael, shenem asar. All these, kol ele, all these, shibtei Yisrael, the tribes of Israel, of Yisrael, of the Sar of El, shenem asar, 12. Kol ele shibtei Yisrael, shenem asar. Scripture says, thou art all fear, my love. In Shir HaSharim, in the Song of Songs of Shlomo, in Song of Songs 4 and 7, Scripture says, thou art all fear, my love. Thou art all beautiful, aitiful, my love. Kulak yafa ra'iyati. Kulak yafa ra'iyati. Thou art all beautiful, aitiful. Kulak, all of the eye. Yafa, aitiful, beautiful. Yafa, kulak, yafa. My love, ra'iyati. Hence, here, Balaam, Balaam, mentioned no patriarchs other than Jacob, other than Yaakov, when he said, none hath beheld iniquity in Jacob, in Yaakov. Lo hibit aven beYaakov. So, to Asaph said, Seeing that there was some base metal in all the patriarchs except Jacob, except Yaakov, in whom there was no base metal at all, I too shall mention only Yaakov, shall mention only Jacob. Hence, hear, shout, Hare'u Lelohe Yaakov, to the Elohim, Elohe Yaakov. Shout to the Elohim of Jacob. Another comment, why did Balaam mention Yaakov, Jacob, and not any of other patriarchs? Our masters taught, in the measure that a man measures out, so it is measured out to him. In the measure that a man measures out, so is it measured out to him. And here, Midrash note to that reference, Sota, in Sota 1 and 7, and also Romeinu, Yeshua HaNotzri, has spoken these words. In the measure that a man measures out, so is it measured out to him. For in the verse, even the verse in Yeshayahu, Isaiah 27 and 8, in full measure, Se'ah, when thou sendest her away, thou dost contend with her. Sa'ah, shalchah, ribeina. In full measure, when thou sendest her away, thou dost contend with her. Sa'ah, shalchah. In full measure, sa'ah, when thou sendest her away, shalchah, thou, the I, dost contend with her. Ribeina, thou dost contend with her. Taken as a reduplicating form, a repeating form, is read se'ah for se'ah, is read, that is to say, measure for measure. So here from Yeshayahu, Isaiah 27 and 8, sa'ah, this is taken, sa'ah is taken as a reduplicating form, Hebraically speaking, and is read se'ah for se'ah, se'ah for se'ah, sa'ah for se'ah, measure for measure. This verse would seem to prove that only for a se'ah, a deed that bulks large, does Ha'elohim give measure for measure, se'ah for se'ah. And whence, from where, do we know that also for a tarqab, a half tarqab, a qab, a roba, a half roba, a toman, or an ukla? And here Midrash note, all of these are dry measures, graduated downward, beginning with a tarqab, which is half a sa'ah, and ending with an ukla, that is 1/48th of a sa'ah. And in the Choser, I repeat, whence, from where do we know that also for a tarqab, a half tarqab, a qab, a roba, a half roba, a tomam, or an ukla, in his measure for measure, se'ah for se'ah given? From scripture that says, for every se'on, a soen is returned in fierceness, according to Yeshayahu, Isaiah chapter 9, verse 4. So here, Yeshayahu, for every seon, a soen is returned in fierceness. Here, Yeshayahu, ki kol a seon, soen bi ra'ash. Or translated, for every boot stamped with fierceness, ki kol seon soen bi ra'ash. And here, Midrash note in the JV, in the Yehudi version, for every boot stamped with fierceness. Now the commentator, however, takes takes the Seon and Soain as derivatives of the Se'ah, implying a variety of measures. Compare with the Targum Yonatan, the Targum of Yonatan on Yeshayahu, on Isaiah chapter 9, verse 4, that reads, Ki kol Seon Soain bi Ra'ash. And we have this here, for every Seon, a Soain is returned in fierceness. Now, the Hebrew word Seon corresponds to the Assyrian senu, a shoe, a sandal. In Aramaic, it is more particularly used of a military boot, stamped with fierceness. Bi-ra'ash, stamped in bi-ra'ash, stamped with or in fierceness, or of him that goes booted in the den, of him that goes booted in the den. Ki kola seona soena bi-ra'ash. Mark the variety of measures hinted at in this verse. The reference to them would seem to prove that Ha'el, the Almighty, the true good, the true God, Elohim, measures only by bulk. From where do we know, however, that Ha'el, the true good, the true God, Elohim, also measures by number, by small coins that can add up to a large sum? From Scripture that says, even Kohelet, the preacher, Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 27, adding 1 to 1 to find out the sum. Adding 1 to 1 to find out the sum. Re'ei zeh matzati amra kohelet achata le'achata limtsoa cheshbon. Behold, re'ei, behold, zeh, this, matzati, this have I found. Re'ei zeh matzati. Behold, this, see, re'ei, see, zeh matzati, this I have found. Amra kohelet, saith Kohelet, saith the preacher. Amra Kohelet. Achata le'achat, 1 to 1, adding 1 to 1. Achat le'achat, adding 1 to 1. Limtso cheshbon, to find out the account, to find out the sum. Limtso cheshbon. Behold, this have I found, saith Kohelet, saith the preacher. Re ze matzayeti, amra Kohelet, achat le'achat limtso cheshbon. A mashal, a parable, a misale, a mashal of a melech, of a king, of a negus, even negus neges, who had 3 friends. Desiring to build a palace for himself, he sent for the first friend, to whom he said, Behold this place, where I would build me a palace. Midrash note, behold this place, Pesikta Rabati 40. Behold this place, where I would build me a palace. The friend replied, From the beginning I have been mindful of this mountain. Hamelech, the king, the negus, even negus neges, sent for the second friend, and said to him, I would build me a palace here. I would build a palace here. The friend replied, From the beginning I have been mindful of this field. But when he sent for the third friend and said, I would build me a palace here, the friend replied, From the beginning I have been mindful of this place as a palace. Hamelech, the king, the negus, even negus neges, said to him, As thou livest, I shall build this palace, and I will call it by thy name, by the I name. Even so, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were friends of HaKadosh, Baruch Hu, of the Holy One, blessed be he. But Abraham called the temple, the Hekal, mountain, as is said even in Bereshith, Genesis 22 and 14, in the mountain where the Lord is seen. Wayikra Abraham, Shem Hamakom Hahu, Yahuwah Yireh, Asher ye'amer hayom behar Yahuwah yera'eh. And Abraham called the name of that place Adonai Jireh, Jehovah Jireh, Yahuwah Yereh, as it is said to this day, in the mount where Yahuwah is seen, where Jehovah is seen, where he who be is seen, Yahuwah Yera'eh. Wayikra Avraham, Shem Hamakom Hahu, Yahuwah Yereh, Asher Ye'amer Hayom, Behar Yahuwah Yera'eh. And here, a little midrash here on the Hashem, here in Bereshith, Genesis chapter 22, here at verse 14, where it reads, and Abraham called the name of that place, Wayikra Abraham Shem Hamakom, the name, the Shem of the Makom, Shem Hamakom Hahu, the mountain, signifying that place, Yahuwah Yireh, Jehovah Jireh, many times, or Adonai Yireh. This is to say that he who he be, seeth. Yahweh Yireh. He who he be, Yireh, seeth. And furthermore it reads, as it is said to this day, Asher Ye'amer Hayom, Asher, that which Ye'amer, that which is said, Ye'amer, Hayom, the day, implied to this day, in the mount Behar, the mountain Behar, Yahuwah Yera'eh, Jehovah is seen. So we have, just to show the importance of the pointing, bringing out the true meaning of the glyphs, Yahuwah Yereh, he who he be, seeth. Yahuwah Yereh, he who he be, seeth. And Yahuwah Yera'eh is seen. Yera'eh is revealed, is seen, is visible in that sense. Yahuwah Yera'eh. So we have Yahuwah Yereh, he seeth, Jehovah Jireh, Yereh, Yahuwah Yera'eh, in that sense, to bring it in the same sense as Jireh, but Yera'eh is seen. So Yera'eh is seen. Yereh, he sees. He who he be, seeth. Yahuwah Yera'eh is seen. Chabarim. So Abraham called the Hekal mountain, in the mount where Yahweh is seen. Yahuwah Yera'eh is seen. And Yitzhak and Isaac called the temple, the Hekal, field. He called it field, as is said even in Bereshith, in Genesis chapter 27, verse 27. See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field that Yahuwah, that Jehovah hath blessed. Wayomer re'eya reyacha b'niya ke reyacha sadeh asher berako Yahuwah. See, re'ei, and he said, Wayomer re'ei, see, re'ei, reyach, the smell, reyach b'ni, see the smell of b'ni, of my son. Re'ei reyach b'ni, ke reyach sadeh, is as the smell, the reyach, the smell, ke reyach sadeh, asher berako Yahuwah, that, asher, that, berako Yahuwah, that he who he be, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, hath blessed, berako Yahuwah. Wayomer re'ei reyach b'ni, ke reyach sadeh, asher berako Yahuwah. But Jacob called it a house, even before it was built, as is said even in Bereshith, in Genesis chapter 28, verse 17. This is none other than the house of God. ויאמר, מה נורא המקום הזה? אין זה כי im beit Elohim, with ze sha'ar hashamayim, and he was afraid, he was reverent. Wayira, and he was afraid and said, Wayomar, how full of awe, how dreadful, how full of awe is this place. Mah nora hamakom hazeh, mah nora hamakom hazeh. This is none other than the house of Elohim. Ein zeki im beit Elohim, and this is the gate of heaven, of the heavens. Wizeh sha'ar hashamayim. Wayomar, ma nora hamakom hazeh. Ein zeki im beit Elohim. Wizeh sha'ar hashamayim. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, said to him, as thou livest, because thou didst call it a house, a beit, even before it was built, I shall call it by the I name, as is said even in Yeshayahu, Isaiah 2:3, come ye, come y'all, and let us make I go up to the mountain of the Lord, of Yahweh Jehovah, to the house of the Elohei Yaakov, to the house of the Elohim of Jacob. Aliku, we're not Eleh, illa har Yahweh, illa beit Elohei Yaakov. Come ye, come y'all, liku, come y'all, try y'all, liku. We're not Eleh, make I go up. We're and na'ileh, make aina aliyah up. Na'ileh, liku, we're na'ileh. Ilhar, to the mountain, Ilhar Yahweh, to the mountain of He who be, who He be. Il-Beit, to the house, the Beit. Il-Beit, Elohei Yaakov, to the house, the Beit of the Elohim, Elohei Yaakov, of Jacob. Liku, we're na'ileh. Ilhar Yahweh, Il Beit Elohei Yaakov. And Jeremiah also said, even in Jeremiah 30:8, behold, I will turn the captivity of Jacob's tents. Behold, I will turn the captivity of Yaakov's tents. Correction here in Jeremiah chapter 30, not verse 8, but verse 18. A little error here in the printed text. Here, the verse in verse 18. Koh Amar Yahweh, Hinni Shav Shivut Aholei Yaakov. Thus saith Jehovah, thus like this. Koh Amar, Koh Hamar, thus saith Yahweh, He who be, Koh Hamari Yahweh, Hinni, behold, I behold, Hinni Shav, I will turn, behold, I will turn, Hinni Shab, Shabut, I will turn the Shabut, the captivity, Ahole Yaakov, I will turn the captivity of the tents, Ahole Yaakov, the captivity of the tents of Jacob. Koh Hamar Yahweh, Hinni Shab Shabut, Ahole Yaakov. And Asaph corroborated Balaam's assertion that there was no iniquity in Yaakov, that lo hibit awen be Yaakov. And I beheld, none hath beheld iniquity. None has beheld iniquity. Balaam's assertion that there was no aven in Yaakov. For when Asaph spoke of the shouting in Hahekal, in the temple, he mentioned only Yaakov. He mentioned only Jacob. As it said, shout, Hari'u, Lelohe Yaakov, shout to the Elohim of Yaakov, to the Elohim of Jacob. And here, Midrash note, here on this second perek for today's psalm, here we have Pseudo Yonatan renders the verse from Bereshith concerning the words of Yitzhak, Avinu Yitzhak, The smell of my son Beni is like the smell of sweet incense, aishans, to be offered in Ha-Hekal, to be offered in the temple. That is known as the field that Yahweh, Berako, Yahweh, that he who he be, HaKadosh, Baruch Hashem, has blessed. And here, only Yaakov. So the PE, the printed edition, Makiri, and the Pesikta Rabati 40. The ET, the edited text, it reads, only the Elohe Yaakov, only the Elohim of Jacob, only. So instead, this verse here can also be brought out as, for when Asaph spoke of the shouting in Ha-Hekal, he mentioned only Yaakov, or only the Elohe Yaakov, only the Elohim of Jacob, as is said, shout to the Elohim of Jacob. Hari'u le'Elohe Yaakov, shout, Hari'u, 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 shout y'all, le'Elohe Yaakov, to the Elohim of Jacob, 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 Jacob.
And when they would come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף. הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב, שאו זמרה ותנו תוף, כינור נעים עם נבל. תקעו בחודש שופר, בכסה ליום חגנו, כי חוק לישראל הוא, משפט לאלוהי יעקב. עדות בהוסף שמו, בצאתו על ארץ מצרים, שפת לא ידעתי אשמע. הסירותי מסבל שכמו, כפיו מדוד תעבורנה. בצרה קראת ואכל לצקה, אענך בסתר רעם, אבחונך על מי מריבה סלע. שמע עמי ואעידה בך, ישראל אם תשמע לי, לא יהיה בך אל זר, ולא תשתחווה לאל נכר. אנוכי אדוני אלוהיך, המעלך מארץ מצרים, הרחב פיך ואמלאהו. ולא שמע עמי לקולי, וישראל לא אבה לי. ואשלחהו בשרירות ליבם, ילכו במועצותיהם. לו עמי שומע לי, ישראל בדרכי יהלכו, כמעט אויביהם אכניע, ועל צריהם אשיב ידי. משנאי אדוני יכחשו לו, ויהי עיתם לעולם. ויאכילהו מחלב חיטה, ומצור דבש אשביעך.
Yes. Baruchim, Habayim. Welcome. Chabarim, Shalom. Chabarim. Here at 5 of 7 for this Shabua here, the 5th of the 7 days of this Shabua here. Here we've counted 4 of the 7 Shabbats complete. And here, as we complete this Shabua this week here with this double portion here, also we're completing the 3rd book of Moshe here in the discipleship. We could say studies here in the season, reason for the season, fulfilling the 32nd, 33rd degree here, completing the 3rd book. So some fulfillments here in this Shabur right here. And here we shared the first and second Ali, the first and second Midrash from Darash in Hebrew, to study, to seek out, to investigate, to inquire. So we shared the first and second Midrash, and that was mainly here on this first verse here, KJV wise, to chief musician upon Gittit of Asaph, sing aloud to Elohim, our strength, make a joyful noise to the Elohe Yaakov. So we kind of zoomed in on that verse right there in the first 2 kind of studies, Midrash. I want to share one more right here, and we also blew up the shofar, the trumpet right there, the shofar, the ram's horn right here, connected with Psalm 81, the evening psalm for the 5th day of the Shabua, right? Since the temple time. So blow up, the trumpet, the shofar in the new moon, which occurs according to scripture and according to the Torah during the Feast of Trumpets. This was the whole Feast of Trumpets. Check that out in the previous study, Leviticus 23 to 25. Leviticus 23 to 25. That's known as the Yom Teruah. Also connected with 1 Thessalonians 4 and 16. For Yahweh himself will come down with that shout, the shout of the angel, the messenger. But right here, let's zoom in on this particular verse right here. Take a psalm. Take a what? Take a Zimra. The Psalms are called like Mizmor. And Zimra come from the root Zamar, like to chant, or to chant song and melody to instrumental accompaniment. The Zamar. We say like to Isis, right? To sing, right? To sing, but in the sense of to chant in a particular cadence, as well as to strike with the fingers. So almost like it's like when we play Ayabingi, the harps, so as you play the harps with your fingers, or you can play another kind of instrument like guitar or bass, or masinko, as it were, and strike with the fingers. But right here, let's zoom into this right here. It's a short little midrash right here, but I think it's very important as, in the study of the Psalms right here, and the linking with other areas of the scripts, right? As the Psalms was one of the main tools for discipleship. Yeah, Shema.
Take up the melody and sound of the timbrel, the sweet harp with the psaltery. Here, today's psalm, Mizmor Fe Aleph, Mizmor Pe Aleph. Here, the 3rd verse Hebraically, corresponding to the 2nd in the KJV, but the 3rd verse here, the Gimel, the Gamel verse. Su'u Zimra Uatnu Tofa Kinora Na'ima Navel. Take up the melody. Su'u Zimra, rise up the chant. Su'u Zimra, rise up the chant. Take up the melody. Su'u Zimra, Utnu Tof, and sound the timbrel and like to beat the drum, right? Utnu Tof, Kinora Naim. The harp, the Kinor Naim, the sweet harp, Kinor Naim, Navel, with the psaltery, with Nabel, Nabel, with the psaltery. Su'u Zimra, Utnu Tof, Kinor Naim, Nabel. Rav Chia Barabba taught the psaltery and the harp were the same. Rav Shimon, Simeon taught The psaltery was one thing. The harp was another. They differed one from the other in the number of their bass and treble strings. Rav Huna said in the name of Rav Asi, nor did they differ only in the number of their bass and treble strings, for the skin of the sounding board of one of them was not dressed. So here, a little midrash here on the psaltery, as we have it here in the midrash. Now, other Yehudi will refer to the Aramaic, for a targum or a turgum, a better insight or understanding of the biblical Hebrew, as we Yehudi, right, the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah, and Rastafari Yehudi, also refer to the Aramaic and the Hebrew. And here, in addition to the royal Amharic of the Metzhaf Kedus, of the Book of the Seven Seals, of the conquering line of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, of Kedamawi Haile Selassie, his Bible, the King of Kings Bible, the Book of the Seven Seals, in the royal Amharic, for clarification, right? So Rav Chia bar Abba, he said that the psaltery and the harp were the same thing. Rav Simeon taught the psaltery was one thing and the harp was another, and they differed one from the other in the number of their bass and treble strings. Now Rav Huna also said in the name of Rav Asi, nor did they differ only in the number of their bass and treble strings, for the skin of the sounding board of one of them was not dressed. So here to get a clarification here on the harp, the sweet harp, what is mentioned as the sweet harp, the kinor na'im, and the nabel. Nabel, in the ancient Hebrew point, nabel, modern Hebrew navel. Aim navel, aim nabel. So the kinor na'im, aim navel. Here in the Metzhaf Kedus, in the Mezmore Dawit, here in the corresponding verse in the King of Kings Bible, we have Des Yemiya Senyawin Begana Ka Mesenko Gar, corresponding to the Hebrew Kinor Na'im Aim Nabel. Kinor Na'im Aim Nabel to Des Yemiya Senyawin Begana Ka Mesenko Gar. Others would probably say the Mesinko. So here we know that the Begana, since the Begana is described here as we have with the kinor, the harp, the kinor, and the Begana having 10. Ethiopically, according to the Israelites of Ethiopia, Ethiopian Hebrew, the covenant-keeping people, the Begana, right, has those 10. And the Mesenko or the Mesinko has 1. So we have the kinor, nabel, the kinor and the nabel. The kinor is described as being na'im, sweet, of a sweet sound, aim with the nabel. With the nabel, and the nabel, or navel, is translated in the English as a psaltery. So we have this insight right here, so we can refer this in our notes as well as for future studies, as according to the Royal Amharic right here, des yemiya senyowin, des happiness, yemiya senyowin, that which accompanies happiness, to say like causes, but really accompanies happiness. The na'im, the sweet, na'im, pleasant, something being na'im, being sweet, being pleasant. Kinor na'im, the des yemiya senyowin begana, so the begana, 10 strings. So here the kinor having the 10, aim with the nabel, the mesenko, the mesinko, right? Having this one string, like a violin, right? The Israelites of Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Hebrew covenant-keeping people, a violin, ancient, you could say the ancient harp and the psaltery. And lamazeh, why was the psaltery called the nebel? The nebel or the nabel, pointed as nabel, but also nebel. Why was it called the nebel? Nabel. Because it put to shame min nabel, every other kind of musical instrument. So the nabel, corresponding with the mesinko. Rav Yehuda, Judah, said in the name of Rav Eli, how many strings were there to the psaltery? 7, as is said And here from the Psalm 119, verse 164, with 7 a day do I praise thee. Here. The answer to the question, Rav Yehuda said the name of Rav Eli, no doubt his teacher. How many strings were there to the psaltery? 7, quoting Psalm 119, verse 164. Shava bayom hilaletika, 7 times a day, also may be translated 7 times a day, do I praise, I lilta, I praise the I, hilaltika, Shava bayom, hilaltika, 7 times Shava, bayom, in a day, Shava bayom, hilaltika, or here translated as with 7 a day. Do I praise thee, do I praise thee, I, Shava, Bayom, Hilaltika. In the days of HaMashiach, in the days of the Messiah, however, there will be 8 strings in the psaltery, 8 strings in the nevel, for it is said, according to Psalm 12, first verse, the superscription, the title, for the leader on the Shemanit, the 8 strings for the leader, chief musician, on the Shemanith, 8 strings. Lamnatzeyach, Allah, Hashemanit, Al Hashemanit, on the Shemanit, Hashemanit, Al Hashemanit. Lamnatzeyach, Al Hashemanit, for the leader, the chief musician, on the Shemanit, for the overcomer. La Menatzeyach, Al Hashemanit, on the 8th, on the 8 strings. And in the Olam Haba, in the 8th Haba, the time to come, the psaltery, the nevel, will be made with 10 strings, as is said, up on an instrument of 10 strings, up on the psaltery. Here, we have Psalm 92, verse 4. Upon an instrument of 10 strings, up on the psaltery. Elei asor wa elei navel, with an instrument, elei asor, 10. For an instrument of 10, elei asor wa elei, and for instrument, the instrument of the navel, wa elei navel, elei asor wa elei navel, with an instrument of 10 strings, and wa elei navel, and with the psaltery, up on an instrument of 10 strings, upon, in the translation of upon the psaltery, that the psaltery is a navel, and the navel correspond with the mesinko, right? The mesinko, right? And that we know has 1 string. Then here, this verse, even the verse here in Mizmor Tzadai Beit, Psalm 92, here, Hebraically the 4th verse, the Dalet verse, Elei Asor wa Elei Nabel, more properly translated as the instrument of the Asor, of the 10, wa and Elei, instrument of the Nabel, of the psaltery, corresponding with the Mesinko, that has 1 string, but we know that the Begana, the instrument of 10 strings. So to see this prophecy revealed, right, after the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, right, according to the royal order, and after the order of Malachiah Melchizedek. But here, you have a midrash note. And here the midrash note, the 8th mode, Shemanit, the 8th mode functions as a genus, or as one would say, as a genus that comprehends the other 7 modes. The 8th mode functions as a genus. So it's the 8th mode, Ha-Shemanit, the 8th mode functioning as a genus that comprehends the other 7 modes. And this is the meaning of, for the leader, Lamnatzeyach, al Ha-Shemanit, on the Shemanit, on the 8th, Ha-Shemanit. They say, see Ginzei Hammelech by Yitzhak Isaac ben Abraham ibn Latif, published in Kokabei Yitzhak, Right? Kokebe, Yitzhak, number 31, page 9, and quoted and translated in Eric Werner and Yeshayahu Isaiah Son, the philosophy and theory of music in Judeo-Arabic literature. The philosophy and theory of music in Judeo-Arabic literature, Huka, Huca 17, 1943, pages 551 to 553. In keeping with this Targum or this Turgum, this interpretation, the 7 strings corresponding to the 7 days of creation would represent the present Olam, Alam, the present world, and the 10 strings, a perfect number, would represent the perfection of the Olam Haba, of the Olam, the world, Haba, the world to come, the Olam Haba, 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 Olam.
And when they would come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
So yes. Zooming in on Psalm 81, the evening psalm for the 5th day of the Shavuot right here, as we're about to complete the 5th Shabuah of the 7 Sabbaths, counting complete here at the 5th. Here we're at the 5th of 7 days right here in this Shabuah for this double portion. So to seal up right here, one more, the Psalm 81, Tehillim 81 in Hebrew, a theme, Lehit Orer Yisrael, to wake up Yisrael. Yeah, Lehit Orer, Ora, like wake, Ora, be attentive, be mentally on foot. Lehit Orer Yisrael. Psalm for day 5, going verse by verse right here. One of our brothers here chanting this here. Hear this. Awol.
Boker Yom Hamishe. It is the 5th day of the week, and we do have a Tehillim that is recited in the 5th day of the week, found in chapter 81, and again it will be recited also in Hebrew. Let's begin. Lamnazecha al hagetit la asaf haninu lelohim uze haru lelohe Yaakov Su Zimra Ujnetov Kino Naim Navel Tiku Vachoresh Shofar Bakese Layom Chage Ki Choch La Yisrael Hu Mishpot Lelohe Yaakov Edut Bihosef Sam Bazid Alwet Mizraim Sofat Lo Yadati Eshma Hasiroti Misavel Shikim Kape Midud Ta'avona Batzara Karata Va'achaze In Basita Ra'am Evchan Alme Amriva Sela Shema Ame Ve'eda Ba Yisrael Im Tishmale Lo Yiye V El Za Vilo Tishtachave Leel Necha Anoke Yahava Elohe Hama'al Me'eretz Mizraim Hachefpe Va'amale Velo Shama Ame Lakole V'Yisrael Lo Avale Va'ashache Bishverut Leba Yaku Bimoazote Lu Ame Shomea Le Yisrael Bidrake Yahaleko Kimat Oeve, Aknea, Val, Zore, Ashiv, Yadi. Mazane, Yahava, Yakahashulo, Vihe, Ita, Lolam. Vaya Akile, Mechalev, Cheta, Umizur, Devash, Asbee.
El Shaddai, El Shaddai, protect our unite, every day we cry. We no want tomorrow nor our skull fi fly. Praise the Most High. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, protect our unite, every day we cry. We no want tomorrow nor our skull fi fly. Praise the Most High.
And when they would come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
So here we have a double portion right here. Double portion. So we can say this even before we fulfill it. Still chazak. Be strong,
Chazak. Be strong. Chaverim. Be strong.
Chazak. We need to chazek. So right here, let's get a little synopsis right here. Here we went to the second part of this double portion. Right, we have Behar on the mountain, Besina, Terara on Terara, Harar, and Bechukotai. So what's here in this double portion? Let's get the screens, Chabarim, right here. Picking up with Leviticus chapter 26. Leviticus chapter 26 for the second of this double portion here at verse 3. So here we got the verse queued up right here. Mamarinya Seratu, here Bechukotai. Here. Here's the verse, a little synopsis.
Bechukotai, right here. Bechukotai. So we have in my statutes, Leviticus 26, verse 3 to Leviticus 27, verse 34. Let's go through an overview right here, right? Because, time, right? This is here for the time and in the season right here, and to build, right? To build. Now, of course, the theme of Psalm 82, as we brought forward on the previous podcast for the first day the first day of our podcasting. It was the second day, Monday, on the Monday podcast, previous light. It was Psalm 82. So we sought to bring out a little more of the sense of the gods, the Elohim sense, how it connects with the judges, the Shoftim sense. Basically, if I and I walking out Yahweh, right, will create a community of harmony, of abundance, of wealth, of peace, of joy. But when we forsake that, and this is where Psalm 105 comes in, going through our history, the ups, the downs, the follies. But firstly, foremostly, this Torah reading and feeding here for the 33rd degree, it begins with the yea and the amen. The yea and amen, the tikwa, the expectation. Some might interpret expectation, tikwa, tesva, as promise. We say the yea and amen, the expectation that if the B'nai Yisrael, the Israelites, would walk, halaku, halaka, and they would trot, if they would walk, they walk out, right, in Jah's statutes, the chukot from chuk. What is a chuk, right? A chuk. Interesting, from the hakak, is something that is inscribed. Goes back to something that was engraved. Some say that the hawk, right, the hawk in the singular sense, were that which was inscribed, engraved. Some say there's ancient engravings. And some of these did not have a seeming reason, but were more an Ivine fiat. The Ivine fiat, which is like Amen or Yehun, let it be, it be what it be, let it be, right? The plural of the hawk is hukim. of linguistic interest is the whole thing connection with the heck shouts, huck shouts. When we study it like linguistically from the Afro-Semitic language. Some say the Hyksos, the hawk, right? And even ancient Egypt. In ancient Egypt we had let's see if I remember it correctly. There was the hu, which was the cow, the cow prod, right? The cow prod, and we had the shepherd's staff, right? The shepherd's staff. If we're correct, the hawk was the shepherd's staff, and the hu, K-H-U, the hu, it was like the it's the one that with the, I can say something like a it's a cattle prod, right? But when you see it in Egypt, they have it symbolically. So the two symbols that even the ancient rulers, used to use. It's not limited to Egypt, but Egypt becomes the mouthpiece because of the archaeology of patterns of the ancient world. Some might think that the Egyptians invented everything. This is not so. But what the ancient Egyptians did was they recorded many things, and we can then look at it as points of reference. But firstly, foremostly, this Torah reading and feeding, it begins with that expectation that if the Bnei Yisrael would walk out Jehovah's chukot, his statutes. We have like statutes. They say, oh, there's a statutes of limitation, or there's no statutes of limitation. We understand it a little bit like that, but as we study, we can understand it more like this. And if they would walk out his mitzvot, or some would say mitzvot, his commandment. Mitzvah, a mitzvah is a command from the root tzawa or tzava, right? To instruct or to command, right? The command, a mitzvah, right? If they would walk out, live out his statutes and his imperatives, commandments, and do them or perform them, then, right? Then, and we would say only then, would they truly enjoy the material, right? The material braka or berkot, blessings. Now we have a vid that hopefully we'll share this soon, and by saying it sometime and sharing it with the eye, it reminds I, to not just record them but also get them out there so ones and ones can grow and we can reason and build up on it. We use the word blessing. The word bless in English comes down from bloes. It basically has to do with other cultures and other people, European nations, some say pagan, but just other nations. The bless link with blood, right? But when we look at the barak in its true sense, it deals with increase. Right, it deals with increase, so material increase, and dwell securely in the promised land. Moreover, Yahweh, Jehovah Atzmo himself would make his dwelling, right, make his presence, his irid, his dwelling with them, and would walk and would trod among them as their Elohim, as their source. Right, source of sources, as their power of powers. Amo Yisrael, the people of Yisrael, would then truly be Am Segula. Now, Am Segula in the KJV translation, I think it says a peculiar people. It's brought out by the King James translators as a peculiar people. Am means people, and Segula means something that you treasure up, something valuable you treasure up. There will be Am Segula, treasured people, or treasured, to say property. But as we mentioned about the word property, there's different words. Like if you can have intellectual property, right? It's not a physical thing, but they would be Am Segula, a treasured, a valued people among all the nations, the Goyim of the earth, the Goye Haaretz, among all the nations and nationalities, black or white or what have you, of the earth. This is an important point right here, because by divine logic, it means that if Amo Yisrael did not do these things, then they would not be Am Segula, a treasured people, a valued people among all the nations of the world, right, or nations of the earth. So from being the first, they would become the last, where we find ourselves as the once lost, now found Beta Israel, worldwide. On the other hand now, if Amo Yisrael, this is getting to the point right here, they disobeyed. In other words, they lo shama, they did not shama, they did not hear, they did not obey. Ha'el, the power of the Almighty. And if they disregarded his mitzvot, his imperative, his commands, then they would be considered covenant breakers. Just like if you make a covenant, an agreement, right? And you make an agreement with someone and you say, well, I will pay this and you will provide that service. And you keep paying and not getting the service, then the agreement is off. So the same with the covenant. And they would experience all manner of distress and tribulation in their lives and liberty. So when we play the Damian Marley More Justice, like big gun, big matic, big gun gonna rise up the big gun. Like, if baby needs the feed, baby needs the baby bottle and need food, and then man gonna go out there and do a thing. But this is exactly what happens with that disobedience. They would experience all manner of distress, stress and distress, right? Anxiety, trials, tribulation in their lives, their liberty. They would experience panic attacks, diseases, headache, heartache, all sort of aches, right? All manner of Hebrew, what we call in the Hebrew, tsoris, tsara, tsoris, tsara, tsoris, vexation, trouble. It comes from the root word of tightness, difficulty. So it could be a physical, like cramp. You're cramped up. You could be cramped up in a tight space, but you can feel cramped. You ever feel cramped in your mind? You ever feel cramped in your spirit, right? So this is what they would experience. Their enemies would eat their increase, right? So you've been working. Suppose you working, and and then when you get your money, somebody just take your money, you know what I mean? Or when you get the crop, they just take your crop, right? And then they eat the crop right in your face. How could you tolerate that? You would have to fall very low in order to be able to. This is what happens when you break covenant. Their enemies would eat their increase, and those who hate them would rule over them. They would flee at the rustle of a leaf, and their lives and liberty would be full of terror and misery, all because they refused to put Ha'elohim, Ha'el, the Almighty, first. What would be the first principles of the Divrei Elohim? To put the power, the source, the Almighty first in their lives and their liberty. To put personality over, under principle. Put principle over personality. Principle over personality. To put Elohim first in their lives and liberty. And if after all this, Ha'am, the people, would still refuse, right, to return to Yahweh. This is the situation I see amongst the once lost now found. Even with all that talk. Moses didn't exist. It never happened. That sounds like somebody who know it happened, right? But it just is too proud or too defiant, right, to humble themselves. But if after all this the people would still refuse to return to Yahweh, truth and life, and continue to do it their own way, they say you keep doing something, right, in the same way but expect a different result. That's the definition of insanity. Then the worst punishment of all would befall them. And what is the worst punishment of all? Exile. Exile. Would be exiled from the promised land. Would be exiled and banished from the presence of Yahweh, of Jehovah himself. This is deep right here if we can even comprehend what is really being said right here. Right? This is where all the mixed up moods and attitudes and confusions come in. Right? We're in exile and diaspora here in this North Country and the countries that he has driven us. And moreover, we're banished from his presence, speaking in the context of the curses for disobedience. Now, people look at presence. When we say the face of the Lord, they're thinking about a literal, actual face. You know what I mean? But in the Hebrew sense, the presence is also the perception. We can't, this is why many ones can't see it, and then you ever can't see something, and then you begin to say, oh, yeah, I get it. Now you're like in the presence. It's in the, it's a perspective. In other words, I'm saying, look at this thing. And you say, I don't see the thing you're saying. I said, turn around. And now you turn around the right way. You put your face in the right direction. It's like you're in the presence. So it's like we're away from that presence, that perception, as we begin to be able to comprehend the real, the practical, the practical application of this to our liberty. It's like we are returning, right? Turn, the teshuvah. Nonetheless, Despite their disobedience, in spite and despite their disobedience, the Bnei Yisrael from such a time to even this Yah Baraka time, Ha'el, Hayel, the Almighty's love, his love and mercy for Amo Yisrael would never ever fully depart. Never ever fully depart. Right? For, according to the word, if they confess their iniquity, their uckery, their moral and theological, their perversity, in other words, and the iniquity of their fathers in their treachery that they have committed against me, against he who he be, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem, and also in walking contrary to me, walking contrary to he who he be, so that, he says, I walk contrary to them, and bring them into the land of their enemies. Where we be at. If then their uncircumcised heart, so here we get even in the Old Testament, this theme that becomes a big theme of the New Testament, the whole thing about circumcision and not circumcision, and it seems the point of the gospel writers and the authors of the epistles was not that circumcision for Amo Yisrael was not still a prerequisite, but that's not what's being spoken of here, right? Because it's not talking about their circumcised penises. It's talking about their uncircumcised heart. So get example from the circumcised penis, uncircumcised penis. You know, this is just being real, because he says uncircumcised heart. The same word is even used in the Hebrew for uncircumcised heart. It's almost like that ill-prepared ground that we touched on in Matthew chapter 13, right? All the other ground, the wayside ground, the stony ground, the thorny ground, but then we get the good ground. But if then their uncircumcised heart is humbled, right? Is humbled and they make amends for their iniquity, then I will remember my covenant with Yaakov, and I will remember my covenant with Yitzhak, and I remember my covenant with Abraham. He remembered his covenant with the Hebrew triunity, the trinity of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And he says, I will remember the land. This is the key thing, the land. Because when we look at land, you know, we see some land has famine. We hear about famine. We be hearing about the famines of Ethiopia. We be hearing about famines in Africa. You know, we see it's dry as uck in many parts of the world, the desert. You know, can there be a connection with this? Leviticus chapter 26, verse 40 to 42. Moreover, even while they are in exile in the land of their enemies, Ha-Elohim, he vowed, according to Leviticus 26:44, I will not cast them away, nor will I ever abhor them to destroy them, or to break my covenant with them. And he signs off the Kiani Yahweh Elohehem, that I be he who he be, their Elohim. So the parsha here, for the last fulfilling here, Leviticus, the handbook of the priesthood, the handbook of the Levites, the handbook of the sanctuary, it ends with a discussion, a reasoning on the various Torah, various direction instructions pertaining to vows. Right? We say word is bond, right? We say your word is your bond, your word is bond. Well, this is what it's bringing out right here. But think about it. How can we as just people, if we don't keep our word to he who he be, then how will we keep our word to one another? This is like when Robenu and when the gospel writers say that, you know, how can we love Elohim who we haven't seen and we hate our brother who we see? So even here in the various Torah, we have vows. What about vows? What about the plighted word, right? To tithes that a person may make to contribute toward the upkeep of the sanctuary. Let's emphasize that word, may make. Does not have to make. It's like one say, oh, Jah, you do this for you increase my crop, you give me baraka and a berkot for my crop and what I'm doing, then I will give, to your sanctuary, and, I will baraka you, I will show increase, to your sanctuary and to your work and to the holy place. So these were vows and tithes that a person, right, can also choose in addition to the basic, right, to give, to upkeep the sanctuary. This is why we find Dawid, And the psalmist, speaking of like, I will pay my vows, right? It's shalem, nidarai. It's shalem, like shalom, sound like shalom. It's shalem is to pay. Basically, I will make peace because I kept my word, right? I gave my word. Now I'll make peace by doing what I said I would do. If you did what I asked you to do and you have, therefore, because you have increased me, I'm able to give that increase I said I would keep. Now, these also include the livication. Some may say the dedication, but to livicate persons. One may livicate persons. Like some, mothers have said, I give my child to the Lord in that sense, right? Even with Moshe, we can see on the circumstance, this is what his mother did. But here, just speaking about what's here, this includes dedications of persons, of animals, of houses, of lands. Now, the book of Leviticus here, it fulfills and concludes with the statement. What's the statement? The statement is, these are the commandments that Jehovah commanded Moses, for Amo Yisrael, for the people of Israel, on Har Sinai, on Mount Sinai, on Mount Sinai. So here, brothers and sisters, a basic overview. Looking at the time right here, we got 34 minutes right here. Let's ride up with today's daily psalm, because today's psalm is very, very important psalm here. We have the 105th
And when they would come in,
psalm.
they
Let's
went
get an
up into an
ear
upper
of it
room.
right here.
They went up
Today's
into an
daily
upper room.
Yes. Right there. Something previously recorded, but right here for day five. Today's daily psalm is Psalm 94. Actually, it's the Wednesday, fourth day evening psalm. We get into that right there. But here for Bechukotai. Here we're in Bechukotai right here. Here we are at day. Let's do this right here so we can bring it up. Show you on the screen right here. Where are we at? There we go right here. So we're in the Bechukotai, picking up with Leviticus chapter 26, verses 10 to 46. Right here for day 5. Let's just check that, make sure we got the numbers correct. Yeah, 10, verse 10 to verse 46. And here we go right here. Let's just get a quick overview, a quick glance. Third reading of the fifth reading right here. Remember, it's a double portion, right? Here in this double portion right here, the fifth aliyah. If one consecrates to Yahweh land of one's ancestral holding, so land that one had gotten based on their pedigree, based on their descent from Yaakov, from Yisrael, through one of his 12 sons, or his 2 adopted sons, right? The priest is to assess it in accordance with its seed requirement. So let's check out this is some of the overview of some of the details here, right? In the fifth reading here, let's see, where are we at? Okay, no, my bad. I went a little ahead of myself. Okay, so for the fifth day here, we have the third reading from the second part of the double portion. We'll get into the breakdown, but here, I was thinking about fifth day. Okay, so here, the third reading here, the double portion, this third reading in the double portion is the proper reading here for an equal number of readings for the 7 aliyot. Here, the third reading here for this day, the fifth day in the double portion, Leviticus 26, verses 10 to 46. I got all ahead of myself. In the third reading right here, Yahweh Hashem promises that if the Bnei Yisrael, the Israelite sons of Israel, if they follow his Torah, his direction, instructions, his laws, then Yahweh will bless Yisrael, the Beta Israel, the Bnei Yisrael, the house of Israel, the children of Israel, with his presence. Interesting, just touched on presence, with his face, his presence, his perception. But in the sections, so there's sections here that's known as the tokeha. Tokeha is like admonitions, like admonitions, right? Tokeha, the admonitions or corrections, admonition, rebukes, We can call the tokeha a rebuke as well. So here, there's a section here known as the tokeha. Now, in Leviticus chapter 26, when we look at the basic structure and what is said, is similar to the fifth book of Moshe, Devarim, aka Deuteronomy, chapter 28, beginning off with berkot, blessings, empowerments to prosper for obedience, and some will say curses or consequences for disobedience. So even there is the tokeha. These are like admonitions, almost like warnings, admonitions, reproof, right? Corrections, as it were. If the Bnei Yisrael do not observe Yahweh's his commandments, as we have here, with this Bechukotai in Leviticus chapter 26, verse 3, if you walk in my statutes, chukot, and keep my mitzvot, my commands. Then it goes on to the tokeha, the admonitions, the reproofs, the corrections, or even this sometimes is translated as chastisements. I'm just curious here. What does this lead to right here? Okay, yeah, this brings out the Hebrew of it right here. Tokaha, right? And the tokahot, the plural. Tokaha, the singular, correction, admonition, reproof, rebuke, and the tokahot. The tokahot are the plural sense. Chastisements, corrections, admonitions, rebuke, reproof, right? This refers Hebraically to the prescriptive practice of intervening in the incorrect or improper action of others. So even just to get a little reasoning on this, I think this is often overlooked, in favor of Deuteronomy 28. And 28 is important, of course. But here in Leviticus chapter 26, especially here for the final reading in the third book of Moshe, the handbook of the Levites, the book that speaks of holy and holiness, being set apart and set apartness, that we come to the fulfillment where here next to last chapter we have the tokahot, the rebukes, right? The chastisements, the corrections, the admonition, the rebuke, the reproof. Now, reminds me of is it Hebrews? I think the epistle to the Hebrews, where it says that if we are without rebukes or reproofs, then it's like we're like bastards. Let's see if we can bring that out. Of course, this is our reading right here, but we can return to it. Let's see, chastisement. No, chastisement. Let's see, chastise. Okay, this is this KJV? Does it have the Z or the S? Because that whole English, English sometimes like an organization, right? We use a Z over here. They use a S over there. So chastise. Okay, it must be an S right here. Okay, here we go. Chastise. Okay, chastise you 7 times. Let's go down here. Okay, here we go. I think we got it right here. Okay, boom. Yeah, this is the verse. The epistle to the Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 8. But if, this word if, people they read it when we read it, but unless somebody points our attention or the spirit of truth, we don't see the significance of the if. Check out the if, right? The if is like a conditional. If, like if you do this or if you do that. We have if throughout this third book here from the very beginning, even with the whole sacrifices. Not all sacrifices were mandatory, just as a point of reference. But if one should sacrifice, if one in the covenant would sacrifice, the Bnei Yisrael in this covenant at the birth of the Israelite nation here in the wilderness after coming out, crossing the Red Sea, the water breaking, and here we have at Har Sinai, right, this giving, right, of the 10 words and of the Torah, right, this birth of a nation. But here we have the tokahot, chastisements here in Leviticus 26, right? So Leviticus 26 is as important to study right? Even as a prerequisite, right? Because if you run to Deuteronomy 28, that's good. You can see some things hopefully there, but you don't really have a good groundation. So the groundation for what we have in the repetition, right? The Mishnah HaTorah, in the repetition of the Torah, that's why they call it Deuteronomy, repetition of the law. Mishnah HaTorah, the Mishnah, yeah, it's in the Torah. The Mishnah is the repetition, right? Or copy, the repetition. That's where we get the name Deuteronomy in the Greek from. But in the Hebrew, that book is known as Devarim, the words, implying specifically the 10 words, aka pseudonymously called the 10 Commandments. But here it says, but if, that word if, just a little segue on the if. But if, not that it is, but if y'all be, if we be, without chastisement, without tokacha, we will be without chastisement, whereof it says, all are partakers, what does it say? Then are your bastards and not sons. So it implies here that even in good parenting, there has to be corrections. Let's go on to verse 9. Furthermore, we have had fathers, right? Fathers of our flesh that corrected us. So the same sense of the correction. And we gave them reverence, respect, right? Shall we not much rather be in subjection, right, to the Father of spirits and live, is the question, right? And then it goes on, still on the theme of chastisement here, and which is the rebukes that we have and the corrections, the admonitions, right? These are just English words. All those English words, when you start to study, many times you find the Hebrew word is always the same, right? Or it's usually the same, but all these other English words. So, under tokaha, correction, chastisement, admonition, rebuke, reproof, for they verily for a few days, when we was young, our young days, what I mean, chasten, right, us after their own pleasure, because sometimes we would do things and they would just let us go with it. But then other times, we irk them and they're like, yo, what I mean? But he, right, speaking of he who be, Elohim Ha'av, God the Father, right, Bashem Yeshua, but he for our profit, for our betterment, right, that we might be partakers. Look at this right here. Partakers of his holiness. Remember, we said that Leviticus is the handbook of the priests, right, or the handbook of the Levites, that include the attendants, the servants, the rank and file Israelites, and the particulars, the Kohanim, the priests, right? But it speaks to Kol Yisrael, all of Israel, whether one is Kohen, whether one is Levi, or whether one is of the 12, the rank and file. You know what I'm saying? Right? That we might be what? Partakers. Check that out right there. We partake of his holiness. So what this verse kind of implies here is that we don't really have an intrinsic kind of holiness, right? But we are partakers. We take part, like partakers, taking a part, right? Playing our role, taking a part, right? But we're partakers of his set apartness. That's why he says that we are to be Kedoshim, in the Kedoshim Torah reading and feeding, Kedoshim, holy ones. We are to be Kedoshim, right? Because he says Kiani, for I, right? Kadosh, for I am set apart. So because he is set apart in this covenant relationship, this Berit Olam, right, that we, right, are to be, right, we partake of his holiness, right? And then it says right here, just a little more on chastening. So from the new covenant, right, to get good light, so we don't have a veil over our eyes when we're reading the old covenant, or the Torah, right, as it says, but in the reading of Moshe, there's a veil over the eyes, but that veil is done away with in Moshiach, right? So in Moshiach, take that veil so we can see clearly, right? See the presence, be in the presence, right? Get the right perception, the right perspective. Now, no chastening, no correcting, no correction, no chastening. Now, tokaha is the Hebrew, right? Here is the Koine Greek, let's look at the Greek right there, paideia. But notice what it says right here, to paideia in the Koine Greek, which corresponds with the tokaha, right, sense, right? The whole training, the whole what? The whole training and education of children. Ye must be born again. He says we must be as a child. So even if we are like big in the kind of natural sense, right, psycho spiritually, we are to be as children again. So therefore we can still receive the whole training no matter how old we think we be, right? Education of children, right? Speaking about the new covenant terms and conditions, which relates to the cultivation. People are culture, this, culture, that. Cult, this is their cult, the culture. It become confusion, right? Babylon mean confusion, but notice this word here, cultivation. And we say agree. You agree or you disagree? Agriculture, right? So just think about the seed. Think about it again, the parable of Robeno, Yeshua HaNotri. Think about the parable again, the seed, right? He gives a natural example of someone going out like farming and sowing seed, but then he's applying it, right, to our psycho-spirituality, to our soul and our spirit. Check it. That relates to the cultivation of mind and morals, right? Of the what? The mind and morals, and employs for this purpose now commands. So there are commands, right? And there are admonitions, right? In some cases, we have like the commandments is just general, but they are positive commands, like that, to do. And then there are the negative commands, don't do. So even through the negative commands, we can see in that an admonition, right? Don't do, right? Now, reproof and punishment. It also includes the training and the care of the body, both the care of our bodies, our natural bodies, but also by even that care, the care of the church, right? The body of Moshiach, right? Whatever in adults also, look at this, whatever in adults. So use the word adult means like one is mature, right? So we might be adults in like the natural sense, in the world sense, in that sense, the natural sense, but we might still be like children. Are we mature, right? Mature, right, in the way, the truth, and life. So whatever in adults also cultivates the soul. Cultivation, right? Agriculture, the seed being sowed into the ground is really how we hear the word, the message of the kingdom. Whether we understand the word, the message of the kingdom, this determines the growth, right? This determines the fruit, right? What is produced. See, this is where the spiritual application in the new covenant sense of the Pentecost, the feast of the harvest feast, the harvest festival, Pentecost, the fruit of the spirit, as it says elsewhere in the Brit Chadash, the fruit of the spirit, right? So based on his chesed, based on his loving kindness, right? How much loving kindness grows from our ground of being? How much fruit of that do we produce? We can look at the 9 particular, as they're listed in the scripts, the 9 fruit, right, of the Holy Spirit. So we say, how's it going here in the season? Because we're not literally, most of us, we're not in the land, so we're not growing our own crops. So we're not counting the wheat, actually the wheat that grow, right? But we should be counting the growth of the fruits of the Spirit, right? We can do that, right? Whether we are in the land or not, in the new covenant sense. So whatever in adults also cultivates the soul, the seed, right? That seed, the word, the seed in our ground of being, especially by correcting mistakes and curbing passions, right? Because the passion's going to be there, if things are normal. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? It's almost like, how can I say? If I have a dog, the dog still can bark and the dog still can bite. You know what I mean? You have a dog, it still can bark and bite, but that dog you've trained, you've tamed that dog, right? You can kind of curb that dog, right? And you could tell it when, or you could sick it when you desire it. The same thing we have to do as well with ourselves, with our animal nature. Yes, by correcting mistakes and curbing passions. Right? See, some of the mistakes in counterfeit Christianity was to kind of like they try to beat it out of themselves. You know, you see the ones with the whips and stuff, and they do all this kind of strange stuff and stuff like that because they're not really putting the seed is not really in their mind. Right? Instruction which aims at increasing virtue. Instruction, right? That aims. Even we could look at the Torah as being that instruction to the Bnei Yisrael, which had an aim of increasing virtue. And remember, virtue is a strength. Virtue is a strength, right? Virtue is a strength. In fact, literally, virtue does mean strength. But anyway, strength of character, strength of strength of soul, strength of spirit, strength of character, strength of mind. Chastisement, chastening. This is our subject right here, right? Of the evils with that Elohim visits men for their amendment. Right? Like it says that if the covenant was made with Dawit and with his seed after him, but if any of them should kind of become disobedient and go out of the way, that he would chastise even that seed of David, that seed that he made a covenant with through David, with the rod of men, right? The chastisement of men and people. So visiting, right, men for their amendment, so they can amend, so they can make an adjustment, before the great, white throne judgment, right? Tutorage. Look, it's tutorage, tutor, right? Right? That is education or training, right? By implication, the implication of this is disciplinary correction. So notice how the same word is translated in the King James Version of the Bible. After the colon and the hyphen, you'll find it as chastening in some places, right? In the New Covenant, since this is the Greek here, the synagogue Greek, chastisement, or in other areas, you find paideia as instruction, or even as nurture. They say, nurture up a child in the way that he should go, right? Nurture, right? Nature, nurture, or nature, right? Nothing wrong with nature, but even nature has to be, in some cases, nurtured. Now, no chastening for the present seemeth to be joyous. You know what I mean? No, it definitely is not. But grievous. Oh, man. From the old school of y'all from the old school, that you remember, getting whooped. You just call it getting whooped, right? Whoop-de-doo. No, whoop, right? It was, I don't want to talk about it because it'll sound like, today's generation sound like child abuse. And maybe in some cases, certain mad parents who probably didn't get the proper correction themselves, chastisement themselves, it probably was. But for some, it was just like this. It reads right here, right? That's what we can speak about, getting whooped with extension cords. What? Extension cords? They said whatever don't, kill you or, makes you, stronger. You know what I mean? But anyway, now no chastening for the present seem to be joyous but grievous. Now, the interesting thing about the word chastening, tokaha, is that you have like a chastening by words, like you would like tell somebody some by words, but that's where the old saying comes in. He who can't hear got to feel. So after, like, if you try to correct somebody by words and they don't get it, then it kind of steps up, but it's still in the category of correction, right? So sometimes the translator over here might use like instruction or correction from the same word, but over there, because maybe this chastisement is a little more forceful, right? You know what I mean? He who can't hear, can't shema, can't obey, got to feel, right? But it's grievous. Nevertheless, in spite of all that, afterward, right? Afterward. Do you think how do you think the land feels like if you, well, most of us don't know this, but just imagine it for now. You know what I mean? Because they say that, with hope and faith, we also have to like bring things into manifestation. So think about this. You're farming your land, right? You're farming a piece of land, right? And the land has to get turned up. You got to turn up the land. You got to do a lot of things. Depends on how the state of the land is when you get it, right? You think the land thinks that's good, that's cool? Right, but we don't really think about how the land feel about it, right? We just know that we got to do this in order for us to have good ground, in order for us to bring forth 100, keep it 100, or perhaps 60 or 30%, but to have some increase, right? But afterward, look what it says, afterward it yieldeth, Yielding, like the ground yields the fruit, right? It yieldeth, right? That's why they use that word, yieldeth, right? And I'm not too sure, but I'm sure this is what apo apodidomi, right? To deliver, to give way, to pay off. I just want to see what the sense is. To give away, okay. But the translator brought the sense out of yieldeth, the peaceable fruit, right? So there's the fruit of righteousness. So what produces the fruit of righteousness? Can I go out to like the land and throw some seeds in there and then sit back and then wait and then something grows up and I say, yeah, there's the fruit of righteousness. Is that the fruit, or is that just the allegorical way of causing us to understand, right, more refined things by the outer natural examples, right? The peaceable fruit of righteousness must be from our soul and our spirit. Check. To them that are exercised. There's exercise here. So notice many may do bodily exercise, and even the scripture says that bodily exercise, it does some, has some benefit to it, right? But what about exercising our soul, our psyche, exercising our spirit, or even just keep it plain, exercising the mind, the governor amongst all, right? Which are exercised thereby, right? And it says, wherefore lift up the hands that hang down and the feeble knees, right? And make straight paths for your feet, lest that which is lame be turned out of the way, but make it rather be healed, right? Even straight, okay? Notice something here with this verse here, verse 13, right? Or actually verse 12 to 13, the part about the feeble knees and make straight paths for your feet. Isn't that what it says? If you walk, Bechukotai, if you walk, right? Walk it out. If you walk in my statutes and keep and guard my commandments, right? Then there'll be baracha, then there'll be blessing. But here, just looking at this right here. So here we have the tokachot here in Leviticus chapter 26, right? That correspond to what we have, the blessing and the chastisement, the punishment, just as we have in Deuteronomy chapter 28, both the blessing, at least the first 14 or so verses, and then the rest of that big chapter is about the punishment for disobedience. But notice how it defines this here. Tokacha, right? Tokacha, singular, tokachot, plural, meaning chastisement, correction, admonition, rebuke, or reproof. It refers, is referring to what? The prescriptive. Prescript. What is prescript? Before it was scribed, before it was written, right? It was written before. Prescribed. Do as prescribed. That's what chukah, singular, chukot, plural, bechukotai, in my statutes, in his prescriptions. You know what I mean? If we walk in his prescriptions, it's like if you use medicine and you use it as it's, ideally speaking, at least, right? Just an example. You use it as prescribed. Refers to the prescriptive practice. Practice makes what? Perfect. Prescriptive practice of intervening in the incorrect and improper, the not proper actions of others. And it's an obligatory mitzvah. Let me bring this out. They have mitzvah here, modern Hebrew mitzvah, ancient Pointing mitzvah, right? It's obligatory mitzvah in Yahadut, right? In the true way that Yeshua said, that we said the Samaritan one, y'all worship that which you know not. We know what we worship for salvations of the Jews. Well, in that proper practice of the way, right, called Judaism, Yahadut, it's a mitzvah. And the proper understanding of Torah as well, it's a mitzvah. And it's based on what? Leviticus 1917. Let's keep going down here. Like, oh wow, what happened here? They took the page off. Oh my goodness. Let's go back here. 1917, right? 1917. You know the one, right? 1917. Okay, here we go. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. All right, so Pasuk Yod Zain in the 17th verse. Lo tisna eta achika. Eta achika. Lo, not, tisna. You shall not, right? Sana, sane. Be insane. No, sound like insane. Sane means like to hate. Sana in Hebrew. Sane. Here it says, lo tisna. You should not be insane against your brother. Well, you should not hate your brother. Lo tisna et achika. Right? Be levaveka. Be lebabeka. In your heart. In your heart. Now, notice most people say, I don't hate my brother in my heart, because they figure we can't see your heart, right? Right? You can't see a person's heart. So a person could say, yeah, I love you in my heart. Who knows? You know what I mean? I can't really see your heart, right? But it commands us here not to hate in our hearts. So that means we have to take this personal. So don't try to figure out what's in somebody else's heart. I mean, yeah, but okay. A tree is judged by the fruit. Here goes. It says hokeach. So this word right here, right? These two words. Can I highlight it? Okay. Can I highlight it? Yes, you can. Can I highlight it? Yes, you can. Right. So here it says hokeach, tokiach, hokeach, tokiach, right. So this means right here it says, but thou shalt. You see what it says? Surely. It says surely rebuke. Well, that's kind of a false translation, but it kind of brings out the fact that it's hokeach, right? Hokeach, tokiach. If you can listen, it seems like the word is somewhat similar, right? That's the root of the tokacha, right? Hokach, right? Hokach, right? It basically means and in rebuking you shall rebuke, and correcting you shall correct, and like chastening you shall chastise, but really in correcting you shall correct, in admonishing you shall admonish. That means like you really, really, we say really, really, like in English, say really, really, we repeat something twice. For real, right? That means that it's really for real. That's similar to how the Hebrew is emphatic here, the highlighted, right? Hokeach, tokiach, right? It's kind of saying like in rebuking, you shall rebuke, right? In correcting, you will correct. Not like, well, when I feel like it. No, it says, thou shalt surely, right? Rebuke thy neighbor. But what does it say moreover? And not be a sin because of him, right? So here it says, hokeach, tokiach, eta miteka willo tisa alayo chait, right? And shall not alayo alav chait, and shall not. Now, when it says beer, tisa here, right, means like to lift up, right? Or to bear, like to carry. Like, you carrying away some loot and I help you and I'm carrying it away. So when you don't rebuke your neighbor, it's like though your neighbor did the robbery, you are caught like red-handed because you're carrying that chet. The chet is the lack. You're carrying that lack. So that means if our neighbor, if our brother does something and we don't rebuke them, then before Yahweh's, right, Ainaim Shalo, before his eyes, it's as though you accomplished to it, like, so you get caught up, in the crime. You can say, well, but he did it, but you was caught red-handed carrying the stolen loot. So it's the same thing when it's saying over here, or it's a similar sense when it says, and not bear. The bear is like to not carry chet, right, upon him. So in a sense, you're almost carrying the way it's expressed in the Hebrew, velo tisa alav chet, velo tisa alav chet, velo tisa alayo chet, right? You shall not, like you're carrying this on him. So in a sense, because he did something wrong, say he has a power pack. Not power pack is weakness. Sin is not power, but he has a pack. Somebody put a pack of sin on his back, right? And in a sense, you're helping him carry it. Like the idea in the Hebrew is like you're helping him carry it. Though somebody else put it on his back, you say, man, my brother got sin on his back. But you don't say nothing. You don't rebuke him, right? You don't hokeach tokiach, right? You don't surely rebuking him, but you just watch it, right? In Yahweh's eyes, it's as though you put that on his back and you're helping him carry that on his back. That's what it means right here. So this is the cardinal rule right here, so to speak, right? Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. I don't know if ones can see the flip in this right here. When I see the flip, just how we talk and how we see it, but there's like a kind of even the ancients, enough of the rabbinical breakdown, they see the flip in it. A lot of people they sometimes can't plainly understand it, but here it's saying, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. So how do you hate your brother? Let me bring it out. How do you hate your brother in your heart? Right? Because you don't reprove him, you don't rebuke him. Right? You say he's your brother. You love your brother. That's your brother. Yo, this is my brother, my homie. But you don't you rebuke him. You don't correct him. Right? You don't correct him. Therefore, you really help him carry that bad thing. So when you say, man, I knew he was going the wrong way, I saw it. Did you rebuke him? Nah, man, I didn't rebuke him. So in a sense, you before Yahweh's eyes are guilty. Even in a sense, is more guilty, right? More guilty than say if somebody else put it on him, right? Because you're helping with it and you know it's wrong, right? And therefore, in Yahweh's eyes, you basically hate your brother. You have a lying heart. That's what it says in the script, that they talk of a heart and a heart. They talk of one heart, right? And another heart. So they express, oh, I love you. That's expressing a heart, right? But the heart inside is no love, right? So this is what this verse brings out. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt surely rebuke thy neighbor and not be a sin because of him. So thou shalt not, right, hate thy brother in thy heart. So by not hating our brother, or what will cause us not, because see, sometimes hate can sneak up on you. It can sneak up on you in a sense. You may say, well, I don't hate you, my brother, but why didn't you want to rebuke him? Why didn't you want to correct him? Right? Because, you figure that he's going to learn when he fall on his face. Oh, you want to see him fall on his face because that'll be better for him. See, that shows that sometimes we don't even recognize the hate. That is hate, man. Imagine it's you, right? And someone said that you're a brother or they love you and they don't correct you, right? They don't even bring word, right? There's sometimes some brothers correct you and you get in an argument with them. This happened, right? You get in an argument with them and you think like, yo, they're the worst. But then, the small, still voice, you hear the still voice like, yo, yo, yo. And then you feel like, what can I do for my brother that was willing, right, to even argue, kind of wrestle with me, right? Hokeach, tokiach, with me, rebuke me, get into this back and forth, hold to their position, right? And I'm saying he's wrong, he hate me, he's a hater, right? But then you get to recognize, oh wow, he's right, right? So who really is your brother, right? So it's based on this principle right here. Once again, the full, the Yod Zayn verse, chapter 19. Lo tisna et achika, bia lababeka, hokeach tokiach, eta amiteka. Willo tisna alayo hate, and not to like carry, right? And not to carry upon him sin. Like to carry on him, literally not to carry or to bear on him sin. Like somebody's holding against you a sin, right? They know you did something wrong. You know what I mean? But they're not going to reprove you. You know what I mean? They're not going to rebuke you, or they're not going to even say, yo. They probably won't even say, yo, that's wrong. They're like, oh, that's cool. You should do that. While they know in their heart of hearts. Ain't that something? That means you have more than one heart of hearts. Well, I got to stop saying that stuff. In your heart of hearts. That sounds like the person have a heart and a heart. Right? Vocalize slightly differently. Some vocalize tokecha. Some say tokecha, but actually tokecha. It refers to a day of tokaha, and that's occurring in consequence of transgressions. So basically here, the tokeha reading, it refers to Torah reading right here of Leviticus chapter 26, verses 14 to 43, right? Verses 14 to 43, right? It's almost like Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 15 to like verse 68, right? A section of the Parashat Bechukotai. So here we go right here, the Parashat Bechukotai, the final portion of Leviticus, right? The handbook of the priest that speaks about holiness, set apartness. The section specifies the consequences of failure by Amo Yisrael, the people of Israel, in following Yahweh's laws and keeping the divine commandments. This section is emphasized through contrasts with the verses directly preceding it that relate to the blessings that Yahweh will bestow if Amo Yisrael walked in his ways, in Yah's ways, in Yahweh, right, and keep the commandments. Now notice here, right here, right here, right here, right here. Hopefully more of the Israelites will start to, study this, right? Both the blessings and the consequences. Just don't get all sucked into the consequences, right? Because the blessings is what prevent the consequences. Deuteronomy 28 verses 15 to 68, there we go, has a similar series of curses proclaimed by Moshe, right, as the consequence of a failure by Amo, his people, to follow Yahweh's laws and to keep the commandments. Because of the distressing nature of the admonitions, right? Terror, disease, warfare, famine, desolation. This section is traditionally read in a low voice in a synagogue. So in the ancient and even modern Yehudi churches or synagogues, gathering places, often, traditionally, when this is read, right, it's often recited in a low voice, right? Recited in a low voice, right? In the readings, but still loud enough to be audible to the congregation. Now there's some more on this, but not to go all into this right here, right? Let's see, well, the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch of Rebbe Shlomo, okay, again fried, he prescribed that the Tokeha must always be read without a break, like straight through, and the 3 verses before the admonitions and the 3 verses after the admonitions read in a normal, fully audible voice must always be included in the reading. So, some scholars have given some of their reasonings and prescriptions for how it's to be read, but, we can deal with that another time. Thus, the admonitions would always be accompanied, right? That these admonitions, in other words, that these consequences when reading it to ourselves should be accompanied by the message that Yahweh would remember his covenant. So in other words, even though there are these punishments and these consequences for disobedience, they should be balanced off, right, by the fact that Yahweh would always, even though we might forget and our ancestors may have forgotten, right, but we should always read and remember that Yahweh, he remembers his covenant with the Hebrew Trinity, the Trinity of the patriarchs, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, right there. So, okay, we took a little segue right there. Tokeha, the admonitions. If the Israelites do not observe the commandments, that Yahweh will wreak, right, upon Yisrael misery, consumption, fever, stolen harvest, defeat by enemies, no Yeshua against enemies, no salvation against enemies, but defeat by enemies, poor harvest, attacks of wild beasts, right? Pestilence, famine, desolation, and timidity or cowardice. Those who survive will be removed to the land of their enemies, where they will become heartsick over their iniquity. This is the idea, yeah? To confess their sin, their chet, and to atone, right? Yahweh, he promises them, and even I, the Beta Israel, right, that he will remember his covenant with Yaakov, with Yitzhak, and with Abraham. And this is an interesting area of scripture here too, because in this area of scripture, as a few areas, usually it would say Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But I think in this area of scripture, it says Yaakov first, then Yitzhak, and then to the patriarch Abraham HaEvri, right? The ancients, right, from whom Yahweh freed, right, from Mitzrayim. So here, without further ado, right here, let's ride up.
Here for the Shalishi Aliyah at verse 10. And ye all shall eat old store, and bring forth the old, because of the Chadash, the new. And I will set my tabernacle among you, and my soul, Nafshi, shall not abhor you. And I will walk, trod among you, and will be your Elohim, true good, true God source. And ye all shall be me, my people. Ani Yahweh Elohim, I be, he who be, we be your Elohim, which brought you forward out of the land of Mitzrayim. And ye all should not be, that ye all should not be their bondmen. And I have broken the bands of your yoke and made you go upright. Warnings of chastisement, verse 14. But if ye all will not hearken to me, and will not do all these commandments, imperatives, and if ye all shall despise my statutes, or if your nefesh, your soul, your psyche, abhor my judgments, so that ye all will not do all my commandments, imperatives, but that y'all break Bariki, my covenant. The first chastisement, verse 16. I also will do this to you, to y'all. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning agu that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of heart. And ye, y'all, shall sow your seed in vain. For your enemies, your haters, shall eat it. And I will set my face, my perception against you, and ye all shall be slain before your enemies, your haters. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye all shall flee when no one pursueth you. The second chastisement, verse 18. And if ye all will not yet for all this hearken to me, to I, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins, your akaris. And I will break the pride of your power, and I will make your heaven as iron, and your earth as brass, and your strength shall be spent in vain. For your land shall not yield her increase, neither shall the trees of the land yield their fruits. The third chastisement, verse 21. And if ye y'all walk trod contrary to me, to I, and will not hearken to me, to I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you according to your akaris, your sins. I will also send wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children, and destroy your cattle, and make you few in number, and your highways shall be desolate. The fourth chastisement, verse 23. And if ye, y'all, will not be reformed by me, by these things, but will walk trod contrary to me, then will I also walk trod contrary to to you, and will punish you yet 7 times for your akaris, your sins. And I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge the quarrel of Beriti, of my covenant. And when y'all are gathered together within your cities, I will send the pestilence among you, and y'all shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. And when I have broken the staff of your bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and they shall deliver you your bread again by weight, and y'all shall eat and not be satisfied. The 5th chastisement, verse 27. And if y'all will not for all this hearken to me, to I, but walk, trod contrary to me, to I, then I will walk, trod contrary to the I, to you, also in fury. And I, even I, will chastise you 7 times for your uckeries, your sins. And y'all shall eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat. And I will destroy your high places, your sun pillars, and cut down your images and cast your carcasses upon the carcasses of your idols. And nafshi, my soul, my psyche, she shall abhor you. And I will make your cities waste and bring your sanctuaries to desolation. And I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors. The dispersion predicted. Reference Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 58 to 67. Here, verse 32. And I will bring the land into desolation, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it. And I will scatter you among the heathen, the goyim, the international community, and will draw out a sword after you, and your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. Then shall the land enjoy her Shabbats, her Sabbaths, as long as she lieth desolate. And y'all be in your enemy's land even. Then shall the land rest and enjoy her Sabbaths. As long as she layeth desolate, she shall rest, because she did not rest in your Sabbaths when y'all dwelt upon her. And upon them that are left alive of you I will send a faintness into their hearts in the lands of their enemies, and the sound of a shaken leaf shall chase them, and they shall flee as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fail when no one pursueth. And they shall fall one upon another, as it were before a sword, when no one pursueth. And y'all shall have no power to stand before your enemies. And y'all shall perish among the heathen, the goyim, the international communities, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up, and they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity in your enemies' lands, and also in the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away with them. The Abrahamic covenant remains despite the disobedience and dispersion. Verse 40. if they shall confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their fathers with their trespass which they trespass against me, and that also they have trodden contrary to me, and that I also have trodden contrary to them, and have brought them into the land of their enemies. If then their uncircumcised hearts be humbled, and they then accept of the punishment of their iniquity, then will I remember Beriti, my covenant with Yaakov, and also Beriti, my covenant with Yitzhak, and also Beriti, my covenant with Abraham, will I remember, and I will remember the land. The land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she layeth desolate without them. And they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity, even because they despise my judgments, and because their soul, their psyche, abhorred my statutes. And yet, for all that, when they be in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away, neither will I abhor them to destroy them utterly, to break Beriti, my covenant with them. Ki ani Yahweh Elohim, for I be he who be there, Elohim. But I will for their sakes remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, Egypt, in the sight of the Goyim, the heathen, the international communities, that I might be their Elohim. Ani Yahweh, I be he who he be. These are the statutes and judgments and laws which the Yahweh made between him and the B'nai Yisrael, the sons, the children of Yisrael, the Har Sinai, in Mount Sinai, by the hand of Moshe.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Lion of Judah Society.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Yes. So right here. Oh. Tokachot. Chastisements, reproofs, corrections, interventions. So right here. So seven times. I had to go over how many 7 times they went through. But right here. This brings us right here to today's daily psalm. Very interesting. Psalm 94 here in the season, reason for the season. Psalm 94. Now it's interesting that in this double portion here, even with the theme here for the second part of the double portion. Oh, let's bring this on the screen right here so you can see this here. So here at that last verse, Leviticus 26:46. Let's move that out the way. It contains the close, right, of the entire book, or rather of the whole of the covenant legislation from Exodus chapter 25 onward. Let's read over this again. Here it says in Leviticus 26:46 contains the close of the entire book, or rather of the whole of the covenant legislation. All right, just important to understand. Of course, we have one more chapter to the book, but there's a content, like the context of the content, right? The content right here. So in Leviticus 26, verse 46, Leviticus chapter 26 at the 46th verse, it contains the close of the entire book, or rather the whole of the covenant pertaining to the legislation in the covenant. It's like a contract, an agreement. And there's like terms and conditions, right? So here, the whole of the covenant legislation from Exodus chapter 25. So interesting study to go to 25 and see if you can make out, what the entirety of the covenant legislation was. Although what we have here is the expression, notice the expression in Mount Sinai. So here for the double portion, 32 and 33, Behar and Bechukotai, right? Behar is in Mount, like the 32nd begins Behar Sinai, in Mount Sinai. And this points back primarily, right, to Leviticus 25:1, right? So here in the note at 25:1 is where we have our next to last Torah reading and feeding Behar, right? And then we come to chapter 26, right? To chapter 26, and we have Bechukotai. So here in this double portion right here. Let's see if we can do this right here. Trying to get back to the top right here. Hold on for a moment. Okay, let's go all the way over here and just, so here's the top of everything breaks it down. Okay, just a little bit of reasoning right here. Okay, so here, the promises and threats, Leviticus 26, just as the book of the covenant, the kernel containing the fundamental principles of the covenant, chavruta, the chaverim, the fellowship that Yahweh established with the Bnei Yisrael, whom he had adopted as his nation. That's why we call these chapters here, especially after the Exodus, is the birth of the nation, right? So that covenant there was the birth of the nation. He adopted, right, Yisrael, Amo Yisrael, as his nation, right? And the rule, right, of life for the covenant nation. So when we go to Exodus chapter 20, verses 22 to 23:19, right, concluded with the promises and threats, as we have in Exodus 23:20 to 33. So there's sometimes a kind of it's like when you listen to a song and there's different verses, right? But then there's the chorus line. There's like some themes that come, that string through the entirety here. So the giving of the law, the Torah at Sinai. So here's what's interesting with this time that we're in, the counting of the Omer after the first fruits during the Passover season, the Pesach, unleavened bread season. So we count 7 Shabbats complete until we come to the Feast of Weeks, the Chag Shavuot to Shavuot, or what's called Pentecost, the 50th day. 7 times 7, 49. The morrow after, plus 1, right? What's so interesting here, looking at the giving of the law, the Torah at Sinai, right, is that this is what Pentecost, so to speak, represents, right? So when we look at the time between Passover, right, and then how much time it took them to reach Sinai, right? Roughly about 3 or so months, right? That's the same time between Passover and the Feast of Shavuot, the Feast of Weeks. So in looking at Pentecost, right, from a Hebrew Judaic perspective, Pentecost, or the Feast of Weeks, right, Shavuot, the early harvest feast, it represents, right, the giving, right, of the law, right, or Torah at Sinai. So see how some themes are kind of interrelated, even in the keeping of the feast and the festival. It's a kind of a memorial of time, right? The same time between the time of the of the of the Exodus, or with the lamb during the Passover, right? And then the going forward, then going through the wilderness and around and about and everything, and then finally reaching, right, the Har Ha-Elohim, the mountain of God, to say, the mountain of the Elohim, or Har Sinai, as the unfolding of the inner and the spiritual side of the whole, the entirety, holistically, right, of the covenant constitution, right? So what we have here is basically a constitution, right? A constitution in the Torah, right? The direction, instructions. And then within the Torah, right, we have the 3 parts of the Torah: the commandments, right? The statutes, also called ordinances, and the mishpatim, and the judgments. So we have law, Torah, overall direction, instructions, and then there's a trifold, a 3-part of that. The 3 parts is the commandments, the statutes, right, which are the ordinances, and the judgments, right? The whole of the covenant constitution. It closes in this chapter, chapter 26, with an elaborate unfolding of ha-baraka, of the blessing that would be secured by the faithful observance of the Torah, direction, instruction, and the curses or consequences that would follow the transgression or the disobedience, right, of them, right? However, whilst the former promises and threats, the yea, the amens, in Exodus 23, related to the conquest. So another distinction between what we have in Exodus 23, that related to the conquest of the promised land of the Canaan, right, the Afro-Canaanite land. The promises in this chapter refer to the berkot, to the blessings, what we can call the blessings in a kind of a practical application, the empowerments to prosper, that were to be bestowed upon Israel, when the land was in their possession, right? Especially in the verses 3 to 13 of Leviticus 26. And the threats, right, to the judgments, with that, Yahweh would visit his disobedient, his hard of hearing people, right, his low shama people, right, in their inheritance, and in fact drive them out and scatter them among the goyim, among other nations and nationalities. So we covered here in this reading here, verse 14 to 39. When this had been done, then, as is still further proclaimed with a prophetic look into the distant future, from the time that was proclaimed, right, was still a way time. We have the, what they call it, the beauty, or the there's another word, we can't think of it right now, but or leisure. I don't know if leisure is the word, but hindsight. We have the benefit. There we go. The benefit of hindsight, right? Because now we can see how many of those things came to pass according to the scriptural narrative. The distant future, it was being pointed to from way past. They would feel remorse, acknowledge their sin, right? The acknowledging of the sin and the sin of their ancestors, or even here we have ancestors. People are ancestor worship, ancestors. The only ancestors we really make mention of really is Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, right? That Hebrew Trinity, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, and be once more received into favor by him, the eternally faithful covenant Elohim. All right. So right there, just a kind of just a reflection right here. I think there's some very interesting things here, of course, that is spoken about. But the most interesting connection with Leviticus chapter 26 is this connection, right, with Deuteronomy and the repetition of the law, chapter 28, right? But here, today's daily psalm, as we've been mentioning, yeah. So here we have today's daily psalm according to the royal order. We have Psalm 94. Psalm 94. Now, Psalm 94 is usually the fourth day of the 7 days that the Gentiles call Wednesday. So Psalm 94 is the evening psalm, right, for the fourth day of the Shabuah, right, as the psalms that were recorded to have chanted in the Temple of Jerusalem, right. There were these evening psalms. So we have Psalm 94 appointed for the fourth day of the Shabuah, the midway day of the week. I often like to point to Daniel's prophecy where it talks about how Messiah will be cut off in the midst of the week. Some interpret that as in the middle of the week, right? And then also what occurred during the first century time with the Moshiach, right? Yeshua as well, right? When that occurred also the connection with the Exodus, right? For the best calculation of time from the scripture and extra biblical information, the middle of the week, right? So here we have Psalm 94 right here for one may say the Wednesday, right? The evening psalm for the fourth day, Mizmor Sadai Dalet. And it's themed right here, a plea for divine judgment, So Shema Yisrael, here. Today's daily psalm.
Psalm 94.
מזמור צד.
O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth.
אל נקמות אדוני, 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 אדוני.
O God, to whom vengeance belongeth, show thyself, show thyself, show thyself, show thyself.
אל נקמות הופיע, 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 הופיע.
Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth, judge of the earth, judge of the earth.
הנשא שופט הארץ, שופט הארץ, שופט הארץ, שופט הארץ.
Render a reward to the proud, to the proud, to the proud.
השב גמול על גאים, על גאים, על גאים, על גאים.
Lord, how long shall the wicked, shall the wicked,
עד מתי רשעים אדוני, 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 אדוני.
How long shall the wicked triumph, triumph, triumph?
עד מתי רשעים יעלוזו, 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 יעלוזו.
How long shall they utter and speak hard things, hard things, hard things?
יביעו ידברו עתק, 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 עתק.
And all the workers of iniquity boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves.
יתאמרו כל פועלי האבן, 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 האבן.
They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless. Yet they say, the Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob regard it. Understand, ye brutish among the people, and ye fools, when will ye be wise? He that planted the ear, shall he not hear? He that formed the eye, shall he not see? He that chastiseth the heathen, shall not he correct? He that teacheth man knowledge, shall not he know? The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man, that they are vanity. Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest, O Lord, and teachest him out of thy law, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit be digged for the wicked. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers, or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Unless the Lord had been my help, my soul had almost dwelt in silence. When I said, my foot slippeth, thy mercy, O Lord, held me up. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law? They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood. But the Lord is my defense, and my God is the rock of my refuge. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yea, the Lord our God shall cut them off.
Yes, 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 yes. So here we have a plea for divine judgment. Mizmor Tzadai, Tzadai in the Hebrew, Aleph numerics, the alpha numerics, the Hebrew Aleph numerics, we call it. Tzadai has numerical Tzadai, Tzadai, numerical value of 90. And Dalet is the fourth letter of the Hebrew alphabet and also has a numerical value of 4. So right here, today's daily psalm, also the Wednesday, right, the evening psalm for the fourth day. Right now, actually, the evening of the fourth day, correctly counted, would be what we would call like Tuesday evening. All right. In other words, Tuesday evening, since evening and morning is one day when we look at, just in timekeeping, just to put things in proper time, right? So the evening, like we say, when is Shabbat Eve? When is Shabbat Eve? Shabbat Eve is Friday evening, what they call Friday evening, just to put that little context there, on time. And yes, we've been doing it this way, but we should begin to do it more that way. Right, when we understand the context of the evening, right? When does the day begin? Hebraically, the day begins from the evening. Evening and morning is one day. This is why the Shabbat truly begins, right, on the evening before the day, right? And that would be on the Friday evening. But be that as it may, right, we have a plea for divine judgment. Plea for divine judgment. Let me just show this right here, just a little bit of notes right here. Consolation of prayer under the oppression, rephrased down oppression of tyrants. Here it says that this psalm, Mizmor Tzadai Dalet, Psalm 94, Psalm XCIV, plea for divine judgment, is akin to Psalm 92, right? Psalm 92, and that's a psalm for the Shabbat day. We know Psalm 92 is a psalm for the Sabbath day. In fact, I think it even says so. It says Mizmor Shir Liyom HaShabbat in the superscription. Psalm, a psalm, Mizmor, a shir, a psalm, and a song. So that means psalm is not necessarily a song. Mizmor, psalm, a chant, Isis, and shir, a song, Liyom, for the day, HaShabbat, for the day of the Sabbath. I think in the English it also, does the English maintain that that titling right there? Let's go right here. There we go. Psalm 92, right? Psalm for the Sabbath day, a psalm or song for the Sabbath day, right? Psalm 92. All right, let's bring it back right here. And Psalm 93. Psalm 93 is interesting because Psalm 93 is the Friday evening psalm, right? The Friday evening psalm. That means actually, in that order, really, if this is evening, if this is like Thursday, when Thursday evening coming, that's the correct time according to Torah right there. But because we're in this change of times and laws, we try to go through step by step. You know what I mean? Not just to just drop it on ones, but we're learning and growing in this, right? To understand what the proper time is, evening and morning, right? So these two psalms are both connected, right? Both with the Shabbat and the day before the Sabbath. You know what I'm saying? Psalm 92 and Psalm 93. By the community of the Anadiplosis. Now, I remember I went into the Anadiplosis before, right? And honestly, I don't really remember it all right now. Let's go into this again. Anadiplosis is a rhetorical device, okay, where the last word or phrase of one clause or sentence is repeated at the beginning of the next clause or sentence, right? Like, for example, fear leads to anger, Anger leads to rage. Rage leads to conflict, where you take the last word of the previous sentence and begin the new sentence, right? She opened a cafe that ruined her financially. That's the idea of the anadiplosis, right? The anadiplosis can add a musicality to writing, making it more engaging or comfortable. Comfortable in what way? A way that's good. I'm trying to do a little anadiplosis right there. But anyway, the anadiplosis, right? It bears the inscription. Let's look at this inscription. It's all Greek to us. Well, they shall go to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. Let's do this right here. Now, here, the Greek right here, Psalmos odis to David, tetradi savatu, tetradi sabatu. Right now, here it says a Psalm of David, Sabbath book, but I don't think that's what tetradi means. I think tetradi has to do with four, right? Tetradi has to do with four. Like when they say tetra, the tetragrammaton, right? It has to do with four. So I think now here they have as notebook. But I'm gonna go with four, right? That this in the Greek inscription properly translated. We're just using the software, and software is good, but sometimes AI kind of go off, right? Here it actually says that this is a psalm for the fourth day, the fourth of the Sabbath, not the fourth Sabbath, but the fourth day. See, the word Sabbat also refers to a week. In a sense, the Shabbat day is the seventh day, and the seventh day is the completion of that week. So for the fourth of the Sabbath, right? Well, like we say Shabua in that sense of the week, right? In the LXX. And there's also a Talmudic tradition, Trad, here be Erachin 11, just to share this here, right? Now, I know people go off on Talmud, but this is an educational problem. Talmud is like saying notebook, right? So the notebook of the Babylonians, but there's a lot of other notebooks too. You see what I'm saying? At the time of the Chaldean destruction of Jerusalem, the Chaldeans, that's more the Kasdim, the biblical name for the Babylonians, Kasdim, Chaldean. The Chaldean or Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem, the Levites on their pulpits, this is what is written in some of the ancient teachings, that the Levites on their pulpits were singing this 94th Psalm, and as they came to the words, quote, and he turned back upon them their iniquity. In Psalm 94, verse 23, right? The enemies pressed into the temple. This is talking about what occurred during 70 AD time, right? Well, actually, no. This is talking about what happened to the Solomon's temple, when Solomon's temple was being destroyed, right? It said, right, that as the Levites were chanting these psalms, the 94th Psalm, this was when the enemies pressed into the temple, like Solomon's temple here, contextually, so that they were not able to sing the closing words. Yahweh, Eloheinu will destroy them, right? Now, to the scruple, that Psalm 94 is a Wednesday, not a Sunday psalm, right? That fatal day, however, was a Sunday. So it said that when the Babylonians, the Chaldeans, destroyed Jerusalem and destroyed Solomon's temple, it was said to have been the first day of the week. And therefore, it was not a Wednesday, the fourth day. And therefore, Psalm 94 is for the fourth day. This is what the commentators' notes are seeking to bring out. It is replied, right? It may have been a lamentation song that had just been put into their mouths by the circumstances of the time, right? The circumstances of the time. That it was the Wednesday song, right, in the temple liturgy, right? So you see right here, it's the same word. The Greek is tetradi sabatu. Sabatu, tetradi sabatu. Now the Hebrew here, it says berebe'i bashabat. Berebe'i, on the fourth, bashabat, on the fourth of the Sabbath. That is saying like on the fourth day of the Shabbat, the fourth day of the week. So the Greek to the Hebrew there. So I stick by my contention. It's not book or notebook, but tetra. My tetra actually refers to four in the Greek. So tetradi sabatu, and then the Hebrew berebe'i bashabat, Rebi'i is the fourth. Now, and Athanasius, one of the early, they say Christian, I think Athanasius, right? He explains it by a reference to the fourth month. So others explain this fourth sense by reference to the fourth month and pointing to Jeremiah 39:2 and the to David, the Greek there is like for David or of David, however, is worthless. It is a post-Davidic song. In other words, in the Greek, they actually put the title in the Greek. Go back to the Greek right here. The Greek, they say Psalmos Odes to David Tetradi Sabatu. The psalm, a psalm, an ode. Psalmos, a psalm, odes. You know, we say an ode. In the Greek, that's odes. Odes to David. So a psalm, right? An ode of David, right? A psalm, a song of David for the fourth day of the week, or the fourth day, the fourth of the Shabbat too, right? So down here, they're explaining that for them to add of David, because if you look in your Bibles, there's no superscription there. This is a psalm. Psalm 94 doesn't have like, you know, a psalm, mizmor, shir, doesn't have any of that language elsewhere. That's why they say it's worthless. So sometimes the Koine Greek, you know, it's good. The Greek, the LXX is good because it shows a certain accuracy with the Masoretic, but sometimes they add other explanatory notes to the Greek since it was made for a non-Hebrew speaking audience. So sometimes there's explanations that are added. They are helpful to us, but we know that some of that is, like this here, is extraneous. It is a post-Davidic psalm. In other words, this is a psalm after the time of David, right? Not to be reckoned as a Davidic psalm. Even its position in the book kind of brings that out. For although it comes out of one mold, it does come from the Davidic mold, we still meet throughout, right, with reminiscences of older Davidic and Asaphic models. So basically it was modeled on the Davidic Psalms and the Asaphic, the Psalms of Asaph, namely the enemies against whom it supplicates the appearing of the Elohim of righteous retribution. El Nikamot, El, the Almighty Nikamot of revengeances, retribution, as follows from a comparison, right? So there's a couple of verses which have this sense. Non-Israelites, right, who despise Elohe Yisrael, non-Israelites who despise the Elohim of Yisrael and fear not, and they don't fear, they don't respect, they have no respect for his vengeance, right? Whose so-called barbarous doings, however, or heathen paganistic doings, call forth even among the downpressed people themselves foolish doubts concerning Yahweh's omniscient, beholding, and judicial interposition. So basically it's bringing out a sense that, you know, because like what's going on with Babylon against the righteous, people begin to give up. Even many of the righteous, they give up and they doubt, if God is really there and if he's really real, then how come he don't do something when I want him to do something? Because I want him to do something now to prove himself that he really exists to me. I don't really know who I am or what I'm supposed to be doing. Right? That's the kind of argument people have. So this is what it's saying over here, the foolish doubts. Even amongst the down-pressed people, they begin to have foolish doubts about the true good, the true God. Accordingly, right? Accordingly, the psalm is one of the latest, but not necessarily. Some assume that it's a Maccabean psalm because in its essence of vengeance, calling to Yahweh El Nikamot, Yahweh El Nikamot, Hophiyah, right? Oh God, Almighty of vengeances. Almighty of vengeances, Yahweh, shine, reveal yourself, show up, shine forth, right? Some take it that it's connected with the Maccabean time because the Maccabeans also were resisting against the foreigners and the Gentiles seeking to wipe out the light of Israel. The later Persian age, in that is said that the book of Ecclesiastes was written. Some say that Ecclesiastes, as we have it in the present form, may be a later, right, either writing. I think it's a later kind of revision of an earlier Solomonic writing. Could also exhibit circumstances and moods such as these. So here, right? Let's just go right here. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So here, today's daily psalm, just a little bit of an overview, a context right here. Here we have, let's go over here to the first verse, the Aleph verse right here. Here we have the first verse right here. Now, before we even get into full, let's just say this. It's a plea for divine judgment. First verse right here. El Nikamot, Yahweh El Nikamot, Hophia, Yahweh, God or El, Almighty, to whom vengeance belongs. El, Almighty power, Almighty, to whom Nikamot, vengeance is. Actually, Nikamot in the Hebrew is plural. So this is some of the false translation says vengeance. It should say vengeances, right? Vengeances in that sense. It's a plural sense. The intensity of vengeances belongeth Hophia, 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 Hophia. Shew thyself, right? The sense of Hophia is from Yafa, Yafa means to shine, right? To send out beams, to shine. It can has a sense of like to show yourself, right? Now you would say shine, shine. Don't be afraid to let to shine. Let people see you shine. Well, in the Hebrew sense, it's literally like to shine, to show light, but it's also kind of to appear, like appear in the light, show up, like so one can hophia by like appearing in the light, like being seen in the sense, right? So here, first verse, good thing here. The translators note this bringing out. El Nikamot, the God of vengeances, Nikamot, right? Shew forth or shew yourself or shine forth by showing yourself. So here, in this psalm, what is interesting about Psalm 94, Mizmor Tzadai Dalet, is that the tone, the style, and the manner of the psalm, it contrasts sharply from the preceding psalm and the succeeding psalm. So when you look at the 90s, you go to the 90s in the psalms, the 90 psalms, and you go through Psalm, from Psalm 90, the prayer of Moshe, and you go straight through, to like 99. You'll notice that Psalm 94, at least with Psalm 93, 94, 95, it changes. It's like Psalm 93 and Psalm 95 seem to have more in common, right, than Psalm 94. Psalm 94 here, it contrasts sharply, right, the preceding and succeeding. Far from El, the Almighty sovereignty being acknowledged and enforced over the earthly plane, there's a moral state of chaos that prevails. In this moral state of chaos, right? Justice is denied. Justice is denied to those who need justice most, who needs the protection of justice and righteousness the most. Perhaps in this very idea is its place within the group to be explained, because some have tried to reason, why is Psalm 94 such a judgment psalm? Why is it placed right here, almost like in the middle, right, of more praise and big up psalms? You know what I mean? Well, the very idea, right, can be explained. Psalm 93, looking at the previous psalm, Psalm 93, it proclaims an ideal. In Psalm 93 is themed Elohim HaMelech. Yahweh is the king, even the king of kings, right? The king of the kingdoms, right? His sovereignty is being denied in Psalm 94, but in the previous psalm, the ideal, Psalm 93, an ideal, right? Idealistically, an ideal is being proclaimed. This psalm here, Psalm 94, Mizmor Tzadai Dalet, it dwells upon the reality, the stark reality that discloses so different a state of things, right? It's only like Psalm 93 is, this is how it should be. And then Psalm 94 is like, because this is how it is, we rise up this chant. This psalm, it dwells upon the stark realities that disclose so different a state of things. The following psalm, Psalm 95, which is part of the Kabbalat Shabbat psalm, as we initiate and bring in the Sabbath time, 95 to 99. But there, the following psalm, it resumes the joyful note. Why? Because of unshakable assurance, blessed assurance, always faithful, always sure, in the ultimate realization of the ideal. What is the ideal? Good over evil, right? Good over evil. Who are the down pressers and the down press? This is the question that must be asked about Psalm 94. Mizmor Sadai Dalet is who are the down pressers and who are the down press? According to one Targum, one interpretation, right? One can see foreign nations are acting ruthlessly against the Beta Israel, Beit Yisrael, right? The other interpretation, right, can hold, and this both of these can be true, right? When we look at that, others hold that it's lawless Israelites. It's the lawless, the Torah-less Israelites that are dealing unjustly, unrighteously with their brethren. And therefore, in our going through today's daily psalm, it's this latter, the later view, right? The view that we hold to. Yes, we can see foreign nations are acting ruthlessly against Israel, but the real main context is that it's lawless Israelites. Because the foreign nations, other nations, we should expect they always will be jumping off and acting wrong, right? But for lawless, Torah-less Israelites, that's a problem. So the psalm here and the interpretation we ride up with the lawless Israelites who are dealing unjustly with their brethren, right? So therefore, this latter view is adopted right here. Once again, today's daily psalm here before you is the Aleph verse, the first verse. Here, opening section, first and second verse, where the supreme judge is invoked in these first two verses, right? First verse here, again in the Hebrew, El Nikamot Yahuwah, El Nikamot Hophia, El Nikamot. So the word order is different than what you see on the screen. Here they say Yahweh, El Nikamot, but actually it's reversed in the Hebrew. El Nikamot, the El, the almighty power, the almighty of vengeances. So here we have Nikama. Nikama is singular. So a singular. It doesn't read El Nikama. It doesn't say El Nikama. It says El Nikamot. Nikamot is of vengeances or revenges, right? Thou, El, almighty, almighty power to whom vengeances belongeth. Literally, the God, the El, the Almighty, the God of vengeances. The plural of intensity is being used right here. The El, the Almighty power, the El, bringing out the root sense of power and might, right? The El of great vengeance, or the El who avenges thoroughly, Nikamot. We must not associate any idea of vindictiveness. From a Hebrew perspective, we should not associate what is common among the Gentile mind, right? An idea of vindictiveness with the Hebrew word nikama or nikamot. It rather comes close to the word, right, in English, retribution, right? So the El, the Almighty of retributions, right? In fact, we read in the scripture, even in Deuteronomy, right? Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 35, vengeance is mine and recompense. And what? And recompense payment. For Yahweh will judge his people. Yahweh will judge. So that means his people, if we're his people, we should be glad for that. Right? Then those who are not his people, well, they should fret that. Right? Because we're both told how to stand and why, and we should do that. There's a 32. Where we at? Oh, sorry, 32 and 32, 35. 32, 35. Just to zoom in here. Chant went to, okay, there we go, right there. Here we go, right here. To me belongeth vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due time, in the time, in the day of their calamity, for the day of their calamity at hand. And the things that shall come up on them make haste. They speed. Here it says, Leah Nakam. Ashalem, Eshalem, Li for me, Nakam, for me is vengeance, Ashalem, Shalom, Ashalem. What's going on here? Peace? Shalem is recompense. That's why Yeshua says, don't think I bring peace as the world bring peace. right? And so for a Hebrew or intelligent understander or speaker of biblical Hebrew would understand exactly what Yeshua meant when he said, "Don't think I bring peace as the world bring peace." But a gentle-minded Christians, they have some interesting philosophy. But directly what Yeshua is pointing to is a twofold sense of the Hebrew in the word shalem, as shalem, I will shalem, I will render the shalom, the requital, I will pay it, I will make it good. So we have shalom. Shalom, twofold sense, to be in the covenant of peace, right? To make peace. The secondary sense, to be complete or to make sound, right? In the sense of the shalem, the PL sense of the verb, PL, shalem, brings out the sense in spirit, right? Complete, finish, to make safe, or in this context, to make whole or to make it good, to restore, to make compensation, right? In the fourth entry sense of the PL, right? Shalem, PL, shalem, the root shalom, shalom in the PL build, shalem is to make good, to pay, to requite, to recompense, to reward. That's why Yeshua said, I don't think that I bring peace as the world bring peace. You know what I mean? But he's going to bring Mashiach brings what? Right? Making it good, right? To requite, to recompense. That's why over here it's interesting when it says, to me, vengeance. To me, what? Nakam, vengeance. To me, nakam, vengeance, right? Eshalem, I will make it good. He says, I will make it good. I will recompense. Leah nakama shalema le'eta tamut. For the time, in the time, tamut raglam, their foot is going to be waver, is going to move. Kia karob, for nearby, near. Ki karob, yom, ada, the day of their ada. What is the ada? Aid, distress, ada, the day of their distress, the day of their calamity, the day of, the burden of the righteous, which is the calamity of the wicked, the disaster of the wicked, right here, right? Their downpression, right here. It says, Kia karoba yoma ada, where hash, antidote, lamo, where hash and rushing, hash, right? Antidote, lamo. And the things that what? Atid, the things that are atid, the things that are ready, that are prepared, that Yahweh has stored up, right? That are already prepared, right? Already treasured up, right? They what? They hash is the past participle, hush, right? To haste, they hurry. So this is the first part we're seeking to bring out here. Hold on, let's get back here just to put this first verse, right, into its context here, right? So we should not associate any idea of vindictiveness with the Hebrew sense of nakama. It is just what is due, So when it comes from Yahweh, it's what is due, avengements. But it's the plural sense because it's intense, right? The moment we recognize righteousness to be an essential quality of the divine nature, the divine nature of Yahweh, of he who be who he be, that righteousness, tzedek and tzedakah is essential. It is impossible. It will not be any longer possible to overlook the penal activity of the divine government. That means the divine government must have the nakama, avengement. It must have, right, that payment and making it good and the recompense. It must have that if truly righteousness is at the root, right? So the moment that we recognize righteousness to be an essential quality of the divine nature, right, of he who be who he be, Yahweh HaKadosh, the Holy One, Baruch Hu, blessed be he, it's impossible to overlook the penal activity, the penalty and the penal activity of the divine government. A righteous El, a righteous God, true good, creator, cannot condone chet, sin, crime, and inhumanity, right? When the righteous were down pressed, what happens? When the righteous were down pressed, what happens? The wicked, the ratchet, they triumph. right? The psalmist deemed it not only allowable, right, but also their and I sacred duty, as I heard Burhana Selassie, Robert Nesta Marley, better known as Bob Marley, and also others say that we have to pray, right, for the judgment day. We have to pray for the judgment day. That's why it says that when the righteous were down pressed and the wicked, the ratchet triumph, the psalmist and I deem it not only allowable scripturally, according to covenant wise in the spirit of the covenant, but it's their and our I sacred duty to pray for the destruction of insolent rulers who poison the foundations, right, and the fountain, right? They poison and pollute the fountain of justice, and they crush the poor, they crush the widow, and they crush the orphan. So this is the context right here of this opening verse. El Nikamot Yahweh, El Nikamot Hophiyah, El, the Almighty, the God to whom vengeances belong, the Almighty power to whom vengeances belongeth. Hophia, Hophia, Hophia. Now we have this also in Psalm 50, right? He breaks the second verse of Psalm 50, right? The 50th Psalm. Just to give you a glance at that right here, because we're still in the first verse, like to get a good footing, right? A good stance. Psalm 50. 50 and 1, 50 and 1, 50 and 1, 50 and 1. Okay, where we go right here. Hophia, right? Is that 50, 50 and 1? Let's go to the second verse here. There we go. Second verse right there. It says, out of Zion, out of Sion, the perfection of beauty, right? Elohim, right? God hath shined forth. Me as Sion, me Sion, from Zion. Mia Siona Mikalala Yofi. From Zion is the Mikalal. Mikalal. The Mikalal is the completeness, the fullness, the perfection. Mikalal. Mikalal. Perfection, like perfection of beauty. Me from Sion. Me Sion. Mikalal Yofi. Yofi is the perfection of Yofi. 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 Beauty. Yofi. Beauty. Right? From Yafah. Right? Yofi. Right? Perfection of beauty. Elohim Hophiyah. Elohim Hophiyah. Elohim have shined forth. Elohim shines forth, sends out beams, like shoes himself. So Mias Ion Mikla Yofi Elohim Hophiyah, right? Shine forth. So right here, just to connect the dots right here with today's daily psalm, right? This first verse, and here to the bait verse, the second verse. Remember, the supreme judge, the judge of judges, is invoked right here. Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth. Render a reward to the proud. He nase, show fate. He nase, nasa. Nasa means to lift up, to bear up, to take up, lift up. Nasa, right? Here we have what the he feel sense, right? The he feel sense. He nase, right? He nase, cause one to bear or to be brought, like to lift up, right? Cause him to be lift up. He nase, he nase has a sort of a PL sense, right? To lift up, right? Almost like when they say, here come the judge. And we say, all rise, here's the judge, right? So the sense here is, he nase, show fate, right? Lift thyself up. He nase, lifting yourself up. He nase, show fate. Show fate is judge. Show fate, the judge. Show fate ha'aretz, the judge of the land, the judge of the earth. He naseya shofet aharetz. Hasheb gemul al geim. Hasheb. Here they have render. Shub. Shub mean to turn. Hasheb. Hasheb here. Let's bring out the hasheb sense. The hasheb, right? Hasheb. Cause to return, right? To bring back, right? But it can have a sense of like to what he said, to turn, in a sense, to pay, kind of have a sense of like to render to somebody, like return. There we go, return to someone. Hashav, render. Hashav gemul, render a gemul. What is a gemul? Render them a dealing, right? Some dealing. It could be a recompense. It could be a benefit, because the root sense of gemul mean a treatment. It can be a treatment, an act of goodwill or of ill will, right? So it can have a twofold sense, right? A goodwill, but it's like a treatment, how you treat somebody, right? How you requite them. Hashev gemul al, render a gemul, a treatment, like return a treatment all up on Geim. Hashev gemul al Geim. Render a treatment, say reward, right? To the Geim. Geim is the plural of Ge'eh, right? Ge'eh, right? Ge'eh means like a proud, Ge'eh, lofty, Geim are like the proud ones, the lofty ones, because they ga, they Ga'ah mean they rise up. They like to rise up, right? To be mounted, to mount up. You know what I mean? They proud, like arrogant. They toss their head up. Yeah, they're real proud. But here we're calling now on the judge, on earth's rightful rule, on the creator, right? Who is the judge, right? Who is more best suited to be the judge than the creator, right? It's like it's like when they say, like, you have something that's made by a company and then you return it to the manufacturer. So here when we call upon him as El and Elohim, the creator sense and the judge sense, right, is from the creator and judge. He naseh shofet aharetz hashed gemul al geim, right? Lift up thyself, assert thy supremacy. He naseh, shofet haaretz, judge of the land, judge of the earth, as we have in Psalm 7, round about verse 6, verse 7, right? Shofet haaretz. We have this in Genesis, Bereshit, Genesis, right? First place we have this expression, if I'm correct, is in Genesis chapter 18, verse 25. Genesis chapter 18, verse 25. Chapter 18, verse 25. What do we have here? Bring up the Anglit, the English. That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? Remember this is Abraham ha-Ibri, Abraham the Hebrew. He's a Hebrew because he has the Hebrew faith, right? He crossed over from that nonsense. Here he says, Chalila leka, Chalila, like say God forbid. Chalila leka, Chalila, far be it. Chalila, like it's in the far be it, God forbid. Chalila, right? Chalila, right? Like literally, it's like it's profane, right? To say Chalila is like profanity. Is that what I'm saying? It's profane. Chalila leka is profanity to the eye. The sense of that brought out in translation, like far be it. Chalila leka may asotaka dabara hazeh lehamita tzadika ima rasha. Far be it from the eye to dead on lehamit, right? To say to move to dead on tzaddik, lehamita tzaddik, to dead on the tzaddik, the righteous, aim with the rasha, with the wicked, the defiant. With haya ka tzaddik, and to be ka tzaddik, and to be like the righteous ka tzaddik karasha, for the tzaddik, the righteous, to be like the rasha, like the ratchet. And he goes on and says, Chalila lak, forbidden, like profanity to you, right? It's profane to you, right? Here, ha shoftei, and here he says it, ha shoftei, the shofet of ha shofet, call, right? The judge of ha shofet, call haaretz, the judge of not just haaretz, as we have in the psalm, the judge of the land, the judge of the earth, but ha shofet, call haaretz, the judge of call haaretz, the judge of all the land, right? All the earth. Lo ya'aseh mishpat. Lo, not ya'aseh, doing, mishpat, doing, far be it from the judge of all the earth, of all the land, not to do mishpat, not to do mishpat, not to do justice, right? Not to do what it says right here. The word right here is mishpat, judgment. Far be it for you not to do judgment, to say like righteous judgment. Right. So we have another link right here with today's daily psalm right here, Genesis 18:25. And here it says, render a reward. Hashev Gemul. Hashev Gemul. Render a reward. Render a reward, a recompense. As we have in Psalm 28, round about verse 3, verse 4, to who? The Gayim, the Gayim, the gays, the Gaya, the gays, Gayes, to the Gayes, to the Gayes, but plural sense, the Gayim, to the proud, to the men who vaunt themselves, them dirty selves, in their high station, the high station position in community or society, and use that high station position in community or society, and use that ruthlessly. So right here, he nasei shofet aharetz hashev gemul al geim. Now here, we move to the next section right here, verses 3 to 7. Verses 3 to 7. Let's see if we can fly through this right here, get a basic groundation. Here the down presses are described. Here the scribes describe the down presses. Here the scribes describe the down presses are described. Ad matai rishaim Yahuwah. Ad matai rishaim Ya'alozu. Ya'alozu. Ad matai rishaim Ya'alozu. Ya'alozu. Yahweh. He who be, how long shall the wicked? How long shall the wicked triumph? How long shall they alaz, ya alozu? How long shall the wicked jump for joy? Alaz, ya alozu. Right? How long shall they jump for joy? Right? Ad matai. How long? Ad until matai. Until when? Ad matai. Until when? Ad matai rishaim. Until when the wicked, the ratchet, the defiant ones, Yahweh, oh he who be, ad matai. Until when? Rishaim, the ratchet, the defiant, the wicked one, Ya'alozu, Ya'alozu, Ya'alozu. Just jumping for joy. How long? Ad matai. Until when? The question does not imply that Eloheinu, right? Our Elohim cannot put an end to their deeds of violence, wickedness, ratchetness. However, it wonders, right? Here's like the wonder, like how long, right? It wonders why. Why does Yahweh, why, right? Kadus Av, why, right? Do you defer the exercise of thy power? Right? You know, we know you can put it down, but why? Why are you allowing it to go on? Like maybe there's something that we're missing. Ad matai, how long? Ad matai rishaim Yahweh. Ad matai rishaim Ya'alozu. Ya'alozu. And he uses an interesting word for triumph, alaz, to rejoice. Right? But the literal sense of it is to jump for joy. Right? How long you gonna let the wicked, right, jump for joy? Right? The Dalet verse right here. The down presses being described by the scribes right here. How long, the sense continuing, shall they utter? But the how long is not there in the Hebrew. So, but it's still in the same spirit of the ad until matai. Matai, until when? Ad matai. Ad matai. Shall they utter, speak hard things? All the workers of iniquity boast themselves. They boast themselves. Yabiu, yidabru, atak. Yita amru, call po ale aven. Here. It says ya bi'u. They utter ya bi'u. They naba'a. They flow. They gush. They bubble up. Right? Can have a sense of they belch. Right? They belch forth. They gush forth. They utter. Can mean to utter good or bad words, but in a sense, it's like they emit. To emit a foul odor is like the naba'a. Here it says yabi'u. They utter. Yidabru, they speak. Yabi'u, they utter, they emit like a foul odor, or they utter like foul words. Yidabru, they speak, they dabar attack. Yidabru attack. They utter attack. What is attack? Right? It sounds like attack, right? Attack. They utter forward, like forward. They're forward, they're bold, they're arrogant of speech. They say they have a license to do this. They have a license to kill. They have a license to pollute. They have a license to murder. They have a license to RAPE. You know, they have a license to do these things. You know what I mean? That's how arrogant, right? It's a sense of they have a license, right? But they speak this. You know, they speak of like their rights, right? You know, things that Yahoo says is wrong, they speak about their rights. Yabi'u yadabru atak. Yita'amru, right? Yita'amru. They bring out the word yita'amru, here, the amar. They say they utter yita'amru. But the yita'amru is the heat pa'el sense of the amar. Amar in the heat pa'el bill, yita'amru. They boast, they act proudly through their what? Through their speaking, right? Through their speaking, through their speaking, their intentions, right? What they intend. Yita'amru, call all po'ale, the workers, pa'al, to make, to do. Now remember, this make, to do is habitually, systematically. This is different than asa. Asa means to make, to do, but this has more of a practice, something that is systemic or habitual. My po'ale. So when it says call po'ale aven, or awen, right? They speak wickedness, trouble, sorrow. They exert themselves for these vain pursuits. But this word is, when it says workers, po'ale, the idea is not that they just did it one time, but this is what they do, like habitual, right? Habitual. Not like they just made a mistake. No, this is their practice. It's like a practice. Oh, I just saw the ISV there. They practice iniquity and brag about it. That's a good way of bringing out the sense of yita'amru, call po'ale aven, call po'ale awen. So what do we have right here? They gush out, yabi'u. The same verb is the belch out, right? We have that in Psalm 59, round about verse 7, verse 8. They pour forth a stream of arrogant words. They speak arrogancy, right? Yitamru, right? They speak arrogancy, right? Arrogantly. Yidabru attack. And we've spoken of the hard things, attack, forward things, arrogant things, attack. Again, we have this in Psalm 31, round about verse 18, verse 19, where the verb is amplified in the many translations by with pride and contempt. With pride and contempt, attack, yidabru attack. They bear themselves loftily. Some interpret this part about bearing themselves loftily or boast themselves, right? Now we talk about yita'amru, right? Yita'amru from amar, right? So because this is an intensive sense, a reflexive sense, the hit pa'el, to boast, to act proudly, it can be brought out as yita'amru, as they play at loud talk, right? They play at loud talk. The workers of iniquity, they play at loud talk, like they got it right. Who can stop them? But let's go on right here to the 5th verse here, verses 3 to 7 here at verse 5 right here. Here it says, they break in pieces thy people, O Yahweh, and afflict thy heritage. Amka, people, Amka, thy people, Yahweh, he who be, who you be. Yedaku, they crush, Yedaku, with Nahalateka, and your Nahala, your heritage, Ye'anu, they afflict, they anna, they occupy, they busy. Anna, right? Ya'anu. They afflict, they downpress, they bow down, right? They afflict. Anna. It's an interesting word here, Anna, the idea of brow beating, right? Brow beating, they depress, they downpress, right? Your heritage, your nahala, your possession, your property, your share, your portion, ameka, Yahuwah, Yedaku, they daka, Daku, is like they do this. Daka, he did this. he crushed. Daku'u, they crush. They crush, they break and crush, right? Your people, right? Amika, right? The minority. By their downpressive government, the minority, hear what I'm saying? The minority, by their downpressive government, keep the whole of Israel in subjection. Right? See, when we apply this here, right, to Yisrael, this will be explaining that even among the lawless ones of Yisrael, that tends to be by and large a minority, and by their downpressive government, they keep the whole of Yisrael in subjection, right, as is applied here, right, to the lawless ones amongst the Israelites. Thy heritage, Nachala, Nachala, right? Here, this is like a synonym for Yisrael. Also, the Nachala speaks about the land, right? The land, right? The land, right? In that sense. So here, Ameka Yahweh Yedaku'u. Where Nachalateka Ye'anu. Here, to the sixth verse, the Vav, the Wow verse right here. They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless. Almana, Almana, Wegir, Yaharogu. Almana, Wegir, Yaharogu. Almana, Almana, what's the Almana? Almana is the widow. Almana, Wegir, Wegir. And the what? And the Gir, and the sojourner, the stranger, the sojourner, the Gir. Almana Wegir Yaharogu. Yaharogu. They harag them. They harag them. Harag here means like to kill, right? To kill, right? To kill or be killed, to smite. Like you smite someone with deadly intent. Here they smite, they kill. Yaharogu. Who? Almana, the widow, Wegir, and the Gir. We Tomim, and the Yitomim, and the fatherless, Yeratzechu. Yeratzechu. So this is a very good verse right here when we tell people that in 10 words that they falsely call the 10 commandments, that in the 10 words where it says thou shalt not, when it says thou shalt not kill in the KJV, it's really thou shalt not murder, right? Lo tirtzach, lo tirtzach, lo tirtzach. Right? This is from Ratzach. Ratzach. Ratzach means to murder. So in this one verse, it has the two words. One is to kill and one is to murder. They slay, they kill the almana wegir, the widow and the stranger. Right? We yatomim and the yitomim and the yatom. Yatom is the orphan, plural sense. Yitomim and the orphans. Right? Yeratzechu. Yeratzechu. They murder them right here. Now, widows and orphans. Why does it mention like widows and orphans and strangers here? But widows and orphans, the almanot, right, and the yitomim, right, are always mentioned as those who particularly suffer when the ruling class, right, is corrupt, right? So when the rulers and the ruling class, even and especially amongst Yisrael, is corrupt, therefore we'll see that the widows, almanot, and the yitomim, and the orphans, ones without fathers, they would suffer the most. Here, the gir, the word gir, right? The gir right here. Let's put it in gir. The gir, right? The gir called stranger or sojourner, right? The gir is included among the victims, in violation of the commandment that ordains proper and just, righteous treatment for him. Where do we have this? In Exodus chapter 22 and 20, right here. So here to this verse right here, right? Full, Ivrit, Yehudit, Almana Wegir Yaharogu, we Tomima Yeratzechu. Here to the Zain, the seventh verse right here, Pasuk, right? Pasuk Zain, verse 7. Yet they say, what do they say? To show that we're speaking about the ungodly or the lawless Israelites. They say, Yah shall not see. Not Yahweh, but they say, Yah They say, Jah shall not see, neither shall the Elohei Yaakov regard it, neither shall the Elohim of Jacob regard it. What? Say what? Here, the Hebrew. Wa yomru lo yireh Yah. Wa and yomru, they say lo, no, yireh, no seeing, like he's blind, he can't see it. Lo yireh, lo yireh, lo yireh Yah, lo yireh Yah. They say that Yah, this is Yah here, Yah, Savior name of Israel, the Savior shout, Yah, right? So we have Yah and Yahweh, but here is Yah, Yah hidden here in this 7th verse. And they say, Jah will not see. They say, Yah will not see, to show that these are lawless Israelites. Neither will the Elohei with lo Yavin, Elohei Yaakov, with lo and not Yavin, Yavin, and not being. Being means to discern. Being, Yabin, to understand, right? Yabin, with law Yabin, and not being able to discern. What they're really saying is that Yah cannot tell the difference, right, between, right, this and that. Like he won't tell you know why? Because they're Israelites. See, they're trusting that they're Israelites. This is what it's talking about. They're trusting that they're Israelites. So therefore, Yah won't be able to distinguish between them. Like I'm an Israelite, they're Israelite. So he's not going to see the wickedness that they do. This is what they think, right? It says, Wa yomru lo yireh Yah, with lo yabin Elohei Yaakov, and not discerning the Elohim, like of Yaakov, of Jacob, the patriarch, won't be able to discern this. So here, wa yomru lo yireh Yah. Whoa. They say that he can't see. What? That Yah won't see. So the Hebrew here is Yah, Jah, or Yah. In their pride, these evil men, we can say even these evil Israelites, Judahites, right? They presume to believe, to be naive, that Elohim, Elohei Yaakov, right? Yah, who rescued the suffering Bnei Yisrael Israelites from the tyrant, the Pharaoh of the Exodus, will overlook their tyrannous acts, even against their fellow Israelites. Right? Here. Wayomru lo yireh Yah, will lo yabin Elohei Yaakov, will not see. That's a familiar refrain there. We have that in Psalm 10, right? Psalm 10, round about verse 10:10, right? Psalm 10:10, right? Let's see if we have it right here. Psalm 10:10. 10:10 wins. This is the news right here. 10:10, right? 10:10. Is this the verse here? Did we get the verse here? 10:10. All right. 10:10. Okay, it must be the superscription. 10:11 right here. Here we go. 10:11 right here, right? He have said in his heart, El hath forgotten, the Almighty El, the Almighty hath forgotten, El hath forgotten. He hideth his face, he will never see. Word. What the wicked say? Amara libo, shakach El, shakach. He has forgotten. Who is he? El. Shakach El has forgotten. Right? Amar, he said, Belibo, in his heart, in his mind. Amar Belibo, Shakach El. He's satir, he's hiding. He's satir panayo. He has hidden his face. That El, the Almighty, has hidden his face. Balara'ah, right? So that he won't be able to see La Netzach, forever, in perpetuity. That El hides his face, so in perpetuity he can't see. This. It shows how cray, right? How cray the ratchet have become. That's why Psalm 94, right, is a plea, right, for judgment, right? A plea for divine judgment, for Yahweh's judgment. So here, this brings us to the next section right here, verses 8 to 11. 8 to 11, the down presses, right? Their belief, their religion, their belief is refuted. The down presses belief, religion is refuted. Here at the Chet verse, Pasuk Chet, the 8th verse right here. Understand you're brutish among the people and fools. When will y'all be wise? right? Here, right? So a rhetorical question. Binu bo'arim, binu bo'arima ba'am, uka slima matai, taskilu, matai, when, matai, taskilu. When will y'all be saka? When will y'all be saka? When will y'all be prudent? When will y'all be circumspect? When will y'all wisely understand? Right? When will y'all have insight? Matai taskilu. Right? When will you comprehend this? Right? Speaking to even fellow Israelites. Being new from being. Right? Understand, y'all, discern between this and that, y'all. Get to know this with your mind's eye, y'all. Being new bo'arim. Y'all, Ba'arim. Now, this is an interesting word. Ba'ar has a twofold sense, as many of the Hebrew words, the Hebrew two truths, right? Right? The two truths has a twofold sense, literal and figurative. Here, in the literal sense, Ba'ar, right? And Ba'arim, it means to kindle, to burn, to kindle, right? To burn, like to start, like burning, right? Like Yahweh's wrath burns, right? But then in the secondary sense of this word, it means to be stupid, right? To be brutish. See how that goes right there, right? This is the same word when it says not to kindle a fire on the Sabbath. It could have used other words for starting a fire, but it used the word ba'ar, right? You know what I mean? Ba'ar, right? Don't kindle a fire on the Sabbath. Don't be stupid, right? Kindle loose fire. You know what I'm saying? Don't be dull hearted. Don't be unreceptive, right? The next sense of the word can also mean to feed, right? To graze. So like the animals, right? They feed, right? On the grass, on the vegetation. That's what the animals do. So in a sense, like they burn it up, right? They burn it up. They consume it, right? And of course, we would not expect a reasoning conversation or reasoning or logic from a an animal or beast, but we would expect it from a man, right? Especially an Israelite man. This is those created in his image after his likeness, right? So here it says, Binu, discern bo'arim, discern, you stupid ones, you brutish ones, you dull-hearted, dull-minded ones. Binu bo'arim ba'am. You dull-hearted, you brutish ones, ba'am, among the people, among even Amo Yisrael, among Israel, right? Binu bo'arima ba'am. And Kasalim, fools, Kasil, Kasil means fool, stupid fellow, dull-hearted one, a simpleton, right? But literally, it has a sense of fat. Oh, like you fat. Are you fat-headed? Like what can't you get? Why can't this get to your thick skull? Right? Kasalim, you silly, right? Don't be Kasil, right? Still silly, stupid, right? It comes from Kasal. Kasal means to be foolish, to be stupid, but it has a sense in the Hebrew of being fat, right? Being fat, not in a good sense of fat, but being like fat-headed, silly. Silly doesn't penetrate the fat, right? Like having a kind of an uncircumcised heart, an uncircumcised mind, that fat, prevent you from really feeling this, getting it. So here it says, Ul Kasalim, and the Kasalim and the fools, Matai Taskilo, Matai Taskilo. Like when will you, Sako, right? When will you understand, be prudent, be wise? What do we have right here? The down pressers their belief, right? Their so-called religion refuted. They are being called out here as being Bo'arim and Kasalim, as being stupid, right? Being dull, hard to receive the truth, and being fools, being silly, like fat-headed, right? That they can't really be wise right here, right? We have Psalm 92. Psalm 92 speaks to the same thing, right? Notice here, even in the season, Psalm 92, right? Round about verse 7. Psalm 92, verse 7, right here. It's close by. Is this the verse right here? Right? Verse, verse 7. We say verse 7. Our bad right there. Let's go back here. Let's go over here. Right? Let's go over here. Verse 7. Okay, the Hebrew here. Okay, let's go right here. Let's see, verse oh, my bad right there. Slicha li. I said 92. I got 97. Let's go back here. Let's go back here. Let's go back here. My bad, right here. 97, 97. Okay, here we go again. It's 92. I think it's 97. All right, let's go 97 and 2. All right. Okay, 97 and 2. All right, 97 and what's up with me? 97 and 7. 97 and 7. Okay, we're having a moment. We're having a moment. All right, 97 and 7. All right, 97 and 7. Now, does this have a superscription? If it does, then the verse was thrown off by one. There we go, right there. Here we go. 92 and 6. A brutish man knoweth not. Now, this is a Shabbat psalm for the Shabbat day, right? All right, Psalm 92. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. You see, the brutish and the fool, how it connects here with Psalm 94 right here. Brutish and fool. It says, Ish ba'ar, a man who's ba'ar, a man who's dull, or dull-headed, right? Dull-hearted, stupid, brutish, right? Ish ba'ar lo yeda'a, lo yeda. He can't yada, 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 right? He can't yada, yada, yada. He can't know this. Lo yeda'a, right? Ua kasil, and the kasil here in the singular sense, the kasil, right? The fool, the stupid fellow, right? The simpleton, right? U kasil lo yabin. He cannot discern. He can't understand etzot. Lo yabin etzot. He can't understand this, right? Lo yabin etzot. He can't understand this. Ish ba'ar lo yeda u kasil lo yabin etzot. Right. So this connects with the sense that we have even here, right, in Psalm 94. Understand, y'all foolish. The difference is in 92 is speaking of like an individual man, a template man, right? Here is speaking of like y'all, like to you all, right? So this is what we say. It's more properly interpreted as referring to like fellow Israelites. Only persons who lack perception and understanding, right, and are enslaved in bondage by their animal instincts. Again, only persons, people who lack perception, right, and understanding, overstanding, and are enslaved or in bondage, enslaved. They become Slavs, right? Enslaved by their animal instincts, would question whether Yahweh Eloheinu is aware of what is done on earth. Right? Would question whether he's even aware. Only somebody's really stupid. Right? That's the main kind of point right here in this verse. Binu bo'arima ba'am. Ua kasalim, matai taskilu, matai, ad matai. How long? When? Right? Here, the 8th verse, the 9th verse right here. He that planteth the ear, shall he not hear? Like the creator. It's in the creator can't see or know. He created it. Even if you're hiding in a secret place, he created that secret place. Right? So you know where you're at. He that formed the eye, shall he not see? So because you have an ear, right? Because you heard it, he heard it. Right? Because you see it, he see it. He's the creator. Right? Here. Ha notah ozen. Halo Yishma, Halo, is it not that Yishma, that he is hearing? In other words, Ha notah. Use the interesting word, natah. Natah literally means like to plant something, literally like to plant, right? Specifically to plant, to strike it in. You know, when you plant something, you strike it in the earth, you fix it in the ground. Well, he that planteth the ear, ha notah ozen. The ozen, right? Hanota ozen. Halo, is it not halo? To say, is it not halo? Yishma, halo yishma. Hanota ozen, halo yishma. Ima yotzera ayin, halo yabit. Will he not see? Will he not scrutinize? Right? Shall he not hear? He that formed, right? The yatzar, to form, to fashion, yatzar. He that formed the ayin, the eye. Im yotzer ayin. He who formed the ayin, right? Who formed the eye, the physical eye, mental qualities, mental and spiritual faculties, right? Ima yotzer ayin. Halo yabit. Halo Yabit, right? Is it not that he will nabat, Yabit, regard? This word here, more better, is like, won't he scan it? Right? He was scanning. He was scanning. So like the wicked say, like he won't hear, he won't see, but you heard it, right? He heard it, right? You see it, right? And he see it because you see it, because he's the creator. He created it, right? Hanotao zen halo yishma. Ima yotzir ayin halo yabit. So what do we have right here? He who gave others the power, the ability to hear, right? To yishma, right? And to see or to scan. Like when you scan, this word nabat, yabit, right? Yabit is like to scan. It's like a more intensive sense of seeing, right? The nabat, right? To scan, to look, to pay attention, right? The scan is probably the best, right, sense of it. The implications to regard with pleasure or care or favor or concern, to scan it. When you scan it, when you look at something is one thing, but when you really start to scan something, right, to look intently. So he who gave others the power to hear and see can surely himself hear and see, right? There's John Stuart Mill, a so-called English philosopher. He said that this verse contains the strongest argument for the existence of Elohim, right? So one early English philosopher, John Stuart Mill, has said that this verse, when he came across this verse, he said this was the strongest argument for the existence of Elohim, right? Right here. So here, once again, ha nota ozin halo yishma. Im yotzer ayin halo yabit. Here to the yod verse, pasuk yod. It says, "He that chasteneth." Remember, we're talking about chastisement, right? A different word here, yasar, right? He that chasteneth the heathen, like the nations, the goyim, right? Shall not he correct? He that teacheth man knowledge, right? The word "shall he not know" is not really there. It's not there. It's all italicized, right? Right. So let's get to the Hebrew here. Ha yoser goyim, the one who chastens, right? The goyim. Ha lo, shall he not yokiach? Yokiach. Remember the tokecha from yakach. Shall he not prove, judge, correct, reprove, right? Reprove. Right here, chasten. Let's go down here. Shall he not argue, be right, decide, justify, convict? In that sense, ha yoser, right? Ha yosir goyim, ha lo yokiach, ha melamed, and the one who teaches, ha melamed, the one who lamads, right? Who teaches, right? The teacher, ha melamed Adam, the one who taught, like the teachers Adam, all man, every man, right? Ha melamed Adam da'at, and he who teaches Adam da'at, right? So here's a da'at, knowledge. So this is why when you look at the KJV up here, it has the italicization and there's no Strong's word behind it, because the real sense of it is and he that teaches Adam knowledge, right? And he that teaches Adam knowledge. So he that chasteneth, chastiseth the heathen, the goyim, shall he not correct? He that teaches man knowledge, right? The teacher of man, the teacher of knowledge to man, or the knowledge, the knowledge to man, right there. So it doesn't really like, shall he not know? It's not a question. He does know. So he instructs the nation, right? Ha Yosir, he's Ha Yosir. He's the one that Yasar. He chastens, discipline, instructs, he admonishes. Ha Yosir, Goyim, right? The goys, the goyim, the nations, the nationalities. Halo, is it not? Yokiach, is it not him who corrects? So here we have the tokeha, yakach, right? Sense of the chastisement, reproof, correction, right? Right there. So instructive the nations, more better, instructive the nations, right? Chasteneth the heathen, instructive the nations. If Ha'el, who has endowed the Goyim, other nations, with a moral sense, holds them to account. Right? Remember that this is properly translated or interpreted is applying to Israel. Right? Divine judgment among Yisrael. Right? Because of the lawless Israelites. That's why it mentions this here in verse 10. He's the instructor of the nations. So if Ha'el, the Almighty, who has endowed the heathen with a moral sense, right, a moral sense, still holds them to account, will he omit to do so with any member of the community in the commonwealth of the Beta Israel, to whom he committed Ha-Torah? You know, it says, to whom more is given, more is required. So here is an excellent verse to bring out the interpretation that it's being applied here not to the other nations vis-a-vis Israel, but to the unrighteous among Israel. So even amongst them, he holds them accountable, and he never gave them Torah. But even they have a moral sense of things, right? That's why when we look at the gospel, you know, when I think Paul says that even those who did not receive the Torah, right, even to them, they're like, and do these things that Torah says, right? It's like they're like a Torah to themselves, because even though they didn't receive the Torah, somehow just naturally, instinctively, they do the same things that the Torah had to command Israel don't do. Check, right? Even he that teacheth, ha-melamed, 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 even the teacher, right? The meaning is, shall he that teacheth man, and remember the man here is Adam, man. There's 4 Hebrew words for man. This lets us know that it speaks about man like mankind, man in general, right? He teaches, so if he teaches man, right, Adam, you know, just humanity, these basic things, but then gave to Yisrael Torah, will he not, and he holds them accountable, won't he hold us even more accountable, right? So he that teacheth man knowledge, right, himself cannot lack knowledge, right? And the word here, once again, da'at, right? The divine data, knowledge, da'at, the gnosis. Ha yoser goyim, halo yokiach, ha melamed adam da'at. Here to the 11th verse, right here, down presses their belief, right? The Yod Aleph, Pasuk Yod Aleph, verse right here. Yahweh, he knoweth, right? See how it kind of continues on that same theme? The ana diplosis ended with the sense of knowledge, and here it picks up with a sense of knowledge here and knowing. Yahweh knoweth the thoughts of who? Of who? Of Adam, of man, of every man, of mankind, humanity, irregardless of the human being, so to speak. That they are vanity. That they are what? That they are vanity. They are Hebel. Hebel is vanity, but in the literal sense, it's a vapor, a breath, a vapor, because a vapor breath is not sustainable. It's like here 1 minute, gone the next minute. It's empty. You know what I'm saying? So here, it says, Yahweh Yodea, Yahweh Yodea, he knoweth. Yahweh Yodea, Machshebot. He knoweth the Machshaba. He knows the Machashaba. He knows the thoughts. Interesting, in modern Hebrew, we call the computer Machshev, because it's a device, right? It's interesting, the sense of thought, right? A device for calculation, right? He knoweth the contrivance, the thought, right? He knoweth the machine of man, the texture, the intention, the planning, right? Whether it's a bad plot or good advice. So the Machashaba can be like a good thought, right? Good advice, or it could be a bad thought, but the general sense of the thoughts, right? Yahweh Yodea, Machshabot Adam, the Machshabot of Adam, Machshabot Adam. Kia hine, ki for, because hine, they themselves, Havel. Kia hema Habel. Kia hema Habel, because they, the thoughts, the Machshabot, the thoughts of Adam, Machshabot Adam, are Habel, are like a breath, a puff of air. Here, 1 minute, gone the next. So here, the key word here, key words here is the machashaba, like a thought, machashabet, right? Here we have the machshabot, thoughts, machshabot, Adam. This is the climax of the refutation, right? The refuting of the down presses, even the down press among the Israelites, their false belief that Ha'el, Yahweh, Ha'el, he who be the Almighty, Yahweh, Yodea, Yodea, he knoweth, he's a knower, Ha Yodea, he who be, he be Ha Yodea, he be the knower, Yahweh Yodea, the knower, Mahashabot Adam, of the thoughts, Mahashabot, right? So the climax of the refutation, Yahweh, he knows, Yahweh Yodea, more than man acts, more than man's acts, right? So not only, because they're saying that does Yahweh know the wrong that they're doing to their fellow Israelites? Well, he knows more than what they did. He knows the thoughts behind what they did. Mahshabot Adam, right? He can read their unspoken thoughts. That's an interesting thing in the Brit Chadash concerning Robbeinu, our rabbi, Rabbi Yeshua HaNotzri, Jesus of Nazareth. It says that, like they're talking among themselves or whatever, and he said he knew their thoughts, right? And then he starts to converse with them. So the God power there. Yahweh Yodea Machshabot Adam Kia Hema Habel, for their thoughts, right? For, because, Ki, they here is the Hema. Hema, this is like they, to say they themselves, or they themselves, the thoughts. This is in the masculine, and may not, some say, refer to the thoughts, because the word for thoughts here, machshabot, is feminine, right? Feminine plural. But that this right here, the Hema here in they, actually would refer to Adam, right? So yes, for they are vanity. What is the they? Is the they the machshabot, the thoughts, or is the they Adam? The they is Adam, right? He knoweth their thoughts, the thoughts of Adam, right? For they are vanity. The they, ki hema. What is they? Is it the they machshabot? Well, we would say, understanding the basics of Hebrew, since the pronoun hema is they, right? Is they, right? Masculine, and machshabot is feminine, thoughts, feminine, but Adam, the thoughts of, right? Adam, and Adam there, though singular, is speaking of them, humanity. Machshabot Adam. So therefore, Kia, Hema, Habel. So what is Habel? What is Hebel? What is vain? It is man, right? Now, as against the eternal God, right? Elohei Kedem, the eternal God, Elohei Kedem, right? The human being is something momentary compared to the eternal, the Elohim of the Kedem, Elohei Kedem, right? Who was here before time, right? And also during time, and also after time. Okay, somebody's out there putting something out about Rastafari. Oh, it's Garfield. Okay, he added again. In these ways, right? That just came up or popped up. But this goes with what we're talking about. As against the Elohei Kedem, the human being is something momentary and therefore unsubstantial. We have Psalm 39, around about the 5th, 6th verse, right there. Just to get to the last part of this right here, I know we're pushing through here. Just wanted to do a full, since it does come up in season, right? Reason for the season. So here the Yod Bait, right? Here the Yod Bait. Here we have the 12th verse. So now verse 12 to 15 is the righteous, speaks about the righteous being vindicated, right? The righteous being vindicated. Let's get through this here. Here it says, bless, or more correctly, happiness of the man whom thou chastenest, O Yahweh. Oh, no. Slika. Oh, Yah is here too. So Yah is twice so far in this psalm, and they didn't even do the courtesy like they did in Psalm 68, verse 4 to say Yah. They could have said Yah right there, right? Happiness of the man to whom thou instructest, thou chastenest, instructest, O Yah, and teachest him out of Torateka, out of thy Torah. And teaches him out of what? Teaches him out of thy Torah, thy directions, instruction. Here it says Ashrei. So the bless here is not the Baruch bless, but it's Asher. Asher bless. In the New Testament, that corresponds to what the Master Robenu said in the Beatitudes. So when you read the Beatitudes, like blesses the man, blesses, that's the Ashrei, right? As we have in Psalm 1. Happiness of the man that walks not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of the scornful, but his delight is in the Torah of Yahweh, and in his Torah, the Torato, he meditates day and night. Matches up right here. Ashrei, the Beatitude. Ashrei HaGeber, happiness of the Geber, of the mighty man, the Geber, the strong man, the warrior, right? The man with ability, emphasizing strength and ability to fight, right? Happy is the valiant man, is the warrior, is the strong man. Ashrei HaGeber, Asher Te Yasarenu, Yah, whom thou Te Yasarenu, who you Yasar, who you instruct. Asher Te Yasarenu, Yah, who you instruct, O Jah, O Yah. Asher Te Yasarenu, Yah. So here we have Yah, not Yahweh, but Yah, the Savior name of Yisrael, from even Exodus 15:2, right? U mi Torateka, and from your Torah, umi Torateka, from the I Torah, tilamdeinu, tilamdeinu. And here we have tilamdeinu. This is where we get the root understanding of Talmud and Talamed and Talmid. Talmid is disciple. Tilamed, tilamed, talamed, tilamdeinu, who you lamad him, you teaches him. Tilamdeinu. U mi Torateka tilamdeinu, and from your Torah you teach him. All right, so the full. Ashrei HaGeber Asher Tiyasarenu Yah, U mi Torateka tilamdeinu. Here. What do we have here? The happiness of the warrior, of the strong man, of the Geber, right? Ashrei HaGeber. Ashrei HaGeber. With this verse, right? With this verse here, we have in Psalm 119, round about the 71st verse, where it says, "It is good for me that I have been afflicted." Why? In order that I might learn thy statutes. Thy what? Thy statutes. We got to go here, even with this Torah reading and feeding, sealing up, book of Leviticus, right? Leviticus here. Let's go here and then make the connections here in Psalm 119:71, right? What does it say? It says, good for me. It's good for you. It's good for me, right? That I have been afflicted. How many of us say that? It's good for me I have been afflicted. Good for me that I have been afflicted, that I might learn thy statutes. Tobli, 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 Tobli is good li for me. Tobli is beneficial for me. My Tob is good, it's pleasant, it's agreeable for me. It's good, it's excellent, it's rich in estimation, it's valuable for me, it's becoming for me, it's glad, it's good for me, right? In all the senses of good, right? It leads to prosperity and happiness for me. What? Obli kia unati, ki for or when, ki unati, right? Ki unati, that I have been honored. Unati. Unati is in the pu'al sense. That's why pu'al. Unati, right? That I've been afflicted, that I've been humbled. Right? Good for me that I've been afflicted, humbled. Obli kia unati liman, so that Elmad, I to learn. Elmad, I might learn. I to learn. Elmad, Lamed. Remember the Lamed, Lamad here to learn, right? Learn, teach, but here, Elmad to learn. Chukeka. What do we have in Behar-Bechukotai, the last Torah reading and feeding the 33rd degree, while sabbatical studies at the end of the book of Leviticus, right? That Torah portion there is Bechukotai. if you walk in my hukot. It's the plural of the hukeka, right? Here we have the hukeka, in your statutes, in what you have prescribed, the prescribed task, the prescribed portion, the action prescribed, the prescribed due, the prescribed limit, right? Do as prescribed. Tobliya kia unetia lima ana elmada hukeka. Here, this links here, right? With this verse here, verse 12. Ashreya hageber asher tiyasarenu ya uamiya torateka tilamdenu, right? Happiness of the man, right? Happiness of the man. The sufferings ki uneti that the human being is called upon to endure may be, right, and should be accepted by him as Yahweh Eloheinu, our Elohim's method of disciplining and instructing him in an understanding and overstanding of the divine providence, the divine provider of Yahweh Yireh, he who be who he be, he will provide, he'll see to it. If he accepts the experience. Now that if again, if he accepts, if he Kabbalah, right? Kibalti etzeh, I receive this Kibalti. If he Kabbalah, if he receives and accepts, right? Welcomes, in other words, the experience in that ruach, in that spirit, in that mind. Let this mind be in you, then truly Ashrei Hageber, right? There's happiness, right? The beatitude, right, of that strong man, because it take a strong man, right? That's why I notice it doesn't use the word Adam. You don't say Ashrei Ha-Adam, right? It doesn't say Ashrei Ha-Enosh, not here, right? It doesn't say Ashrei Ha-Ish, right? It says Ashrei Ha-Geber, the Geber, the man, yes, but it's a strong man. It's a warrior man. Be strong in the way, the truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ, emphasizing strength and the ability to fight, no coward in that sense, in the way, the truth, and the life, right? In the psycho-spiritual things of the way, the truth. Ashrei hageber asher tiyasarenu ya uamiya torateka tilamdeinu. Talmid talamdeinu, right? You teach him, right? Because he is a Talmid, right? Talmid is disciple, Talmudim, Chaverim. Thy law, key word here, umi torateka. Umi, and from Torateka, the eyes Torah, the eyes direction, instruction. This is used in a general sense here of Yahweh's, he who be who he be's, Hakadosh, the Holy One, Baruch Hu, his self-revelation, to man, to covenant keeping man. Here, to the Yod Gimel verse, the 13th verse right here, that, notice how the idea goes on. Happy is the man whom thou instructest. Oh, Yah, Ashrei Hageber Asher to Yasreinu, Yah, and teaches out of thy Torah, Umi Torateka Tilamdeinu, so that is there, so that, right, so that thou mayest give him rest. So the reason, right, that he is happy is because you instruct him, and he receives the teaching from thy Torah, in order that thou, Yahweh, he who be Hakadosh Baruch Hu, blessed be he, mayest give him rest, rest from the days of adversity, and the day of the adversary, until the pit be digged for the wicked, until the philosophy, until the pit be digged for the wicked, right? Until le hashkit lawu, to give him rest, to give him le hashkit sheket in Hebrew, sheket, be quiet, sheket, be quiet, the sense of tranquility, hashkit lawu, tranquility for him, peace, undisturbedness, sense of undisturbedness, quietness, hashkit lawu, right? Repose, right? Repose. Le hashkit lawu, right? So you may give him quietness, lawu, mi may from the days of from the yom, mi may from the days of ra, from the bad days, the disagreeable days, from the evil days, the days giving unhappiness and misery, displeasing days, right? Mi me ra. Ad until, going on until ad yikare, until it be dug, right? Until it be dug, yikare, right? La asha, for the defiant one, the wicked one, shahat, a pit, until a pit can be dug. Ada yikare, la asha, shahat, until a shahat, a pit, right? Like a trap, a pit, right? A pit, a trap, right? Be digged, yikare, kara, yikare, be excavated, dig through, right? Wow, the secondary sense is a banquet to get trade by. But those are ways to dig as well, if you can dig, right? To dig, figuratively, right? Yikare, to plot. The general idea is to bore, like to make a hole or to open, right? Until the opening, right? Until the pit be digged for la rasha, for the ratchet, for the defiant. What do we have? What do we have here? To give him rest. Lehashkit lau. This does not mean to make him physically secure. So the word rest here from shakat doesn't mean to be like, physically secure. It says to be quiet, to be tranquil, right? To be undisturbed, right? Lehashkit, right? To show quietness, lau, to show quietness to him. It's the he feel sense of the shakat, right? Lehashkit, right? To show quietness, right? To display quietness, right? To be quiet, right? To pacify, right? But mentally, so this is really speaks not about the physical circumstances, we all be secure, but there's a certain level of mental, right? Reassurance, surety. A good parallel for the use of the verb here, shakat, to be quiet, is in Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 7, verse 4, where it says, be quiet, fear not, neither let thy heart be faint. This is similar to what Yeshua said, right? Some of us think that we can pray to God and God make my heart not faint. But actually that's in our power, right? That's why Yeshua said, let not your heart be troubled. Don't allow your heart to be troubled, right? Let's see if we get the verse here, right? Do we have this here? 7, is it up one or is it down one? Right, let's see right here. Right, here we go right here. Okay, be quiet. Hold on for a moment. Right, faint not. Let's see, Isaiah, heart faint. Right, hold on for a moment. We just, because sometimes when we look up the verse, we know that there's numbering differences from the Hebrew. Hold on for a moment. Right there. Let's go right here. Heart faint. Hopefully we got the same sort of translation there. Let's see. Heart faint. Let's clear that. Right. Let's clear that there. Okay. Jeremiah. Isaiah before Jeremiah. Right. Let's see right here. 7-4. Okay. My bad. When I went to it, I just scanned over quick. Okay. What's 7 and 4? And say to him, take heed and be quiet. So the word quiet here is shakat. Shaket, be undisturbed, like in heart and mind. Fear not, right? Don't fear them, don't reverence them, don't respect them. Neither be faint-hearted, right? Neither be faint-hearted. Neither be rakak, to be tender, rakak, to be tender, soft, right? Don't be soft, lebab. Don't be soft of the inner man. Don't be soft of the mind. Right? Don't be tender-hearted. Don't be like tender-minded, faint-minded, right? Soft-minded. Right here. But here, when it's saying to shakat, right, it's speaking about the mental peace, having that tranquility. That tranquility of a master, right? That tranquility like our master, Robeno Yeshua HaMoshiach. Yes. So right here, the man who has accepted, right, Yahweh's instruction, Torah Tekah, who has accepted his Torah, right, will not lose heart or a munah or credit or faith in the days of trial or tribulation. Why? Because he is convinced and convicted that a day of reckoning will come. And what it says, only with your eyes shall you see the reward. And he seeks to live to see that reward, right? So therefore, he takes rest, that quietness, that tranquility, that reassurance of heart and mind, and does not allow his heart, his mind to be troubled, right? Lehashkit lawua mimei ra'a ada yikare la rasha shachat. Here, moving forward here, Yo Dalet, 14th verse here. For Yahweh will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. So this even firms up the verse before. Ki loa yitosh Yahuwah amo we nachalato lo ya'azov, lo ya'azov. He will not forsake Azab. He will not leave. It says he will not leave us or forsake us. He'll be with us till the end of the world. Has the world ended? Right? So you want him to come back. Okay, I hear that. But didn't you hear what he said when he was here? He said he will not leave us or forsake us. So that means he will be with us. That means he's still with us. So don't worry when he come back, because just make sure that he's with you. You know what I mean? Check. To leave, to forsake, right? He will not leave or forsake. So right here, right? His inheritance, right? His inheritance, right? So the pit be digged. Psalm 6, verse 15, Psalm 57, round about verse 6. This verse here before us, the 14th verse, Yahweh will not cast off his people. Ki alo yitosh, Yahweh amo. He will not natash. He will not natash. Ki lo yatosh, right? He will not leave, right? The sense of this leave, the other ones leave too, but like abandon, like forsake. Let's scroll down here, right? Properly to pound, to smite, to disperse or thrust off. The sense of he will not thrust off. As he says, he will not utterly, right, cast off. It is unthinkable that Yahweh would abandon the Beta Israel to the ravages, right, of a lawless ruling class, even amongst and in their own midst. This is why Rabbeinu Yeshua, the first thing he did was attack those lawless Israelites. Yeah, the Pharisees, scribes, the rest of them, they had the Torah, but they were Torahless. You see what I'm saying? Because they knew what was there, but they was going opposite of that, right? So even the connection right here that Yahweh will not abandon, right? The Beta Israel, the faithful to the ravages of the lawless ruling classes and asses. Here, the 8th Vav, the 15th verse, let's keep it pushing, 15th verse. However, and righteousness shall return to Slika, and judgment shall return to righteousness, right? But judgment shall return to righteousness, and all the upright in heart, all the yashar, the straight, the leveled up, right? Straight, level, all those are leveled up, right? In the heart and the mind, all the upright in heart, the yashar in heart shall follow it, right? Shall be after it, right? This is the way, right? Okay, let's go here. Let's see what the nuance here. Okay, here the Hebrew manuscripts, Symmachus, the Syrian, they say Tzaddik, and the Masoretic says Tzedek. So the difference is Tzaddik is like the righteous person, and Tzedek is like righteousness or like a sense of justice. Tzedek, right? So right here, right? We'll read it as the Hebrew does, right here. Ki ada tzedeka yashuba mishpat we acharayo call yishrei leib, right? All those who are upright of heart, right? So here it says and, not but and. Actually here it says for ad tzedek, right? For until justice, right? For until ki ad tzedek. It's not really fully brought out in the translation. For justice will prevail, but the sense of the Hebrew is ki, for, right? Because ad, right? Until, right? Tzedek, until justice, until rightness, right? Until rightness, yashub, until righteousness returns to mishpat, to judgment. That's the Hebrew sense. For, because, until, right, righteousness, Yashu, returns, right, mishpat, returns to judgment. You know, because the bad thing is there's judgment, but the judgment is so unrighteous. Lo tzedek is without justice, right? But here it says, Ki ada tzedek yashuba mishpat, for until justice, righteousness, tzedek, yashu, return, mishpat, return judgment, or returns to judgment, right? So here, let's scroll here. You see, we have judgment here, mishpat, right? Shall return to righteousness, but really it's the other way. Justice returning to the judgment, right? That's what we need. We need that judgment really have tzedek, justice, right? And really have what is right, you know, and all the upright ones in heart. So all the upright ones called Yishrei Lev, right? Acharayo shall be after, shall be in this way. So here, the judgment is mishpat, right? The administration of law. So what is judgment? Mishpat, right? It's the administration of Torah. It will again be governed by tzedek. By what? By tzedek, right? By what is right, right? So that the judgments, right, of Torah be governed by what is right, right? By just weights, just measures, right scales that are balanced. So right here kiada tzedek yashu mishpata ve'acharayo kol yishrei lev. So here we cross over verses 16 to 19, security in Yahweh, security. This is the next to last portion here, Tate Zain. Here we're at the 16th verse. The question, here's the question, right? The question, right? Here's the question. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Here. Mi yakum li ima miraim, mi yitayatzeb li ima po'ale awen, mi po'ale aven, mi po'ale awen. Who? Me in Hebrew means who? Me, right? Me, who? Yakum, who will rise up? Li, who will rise up for me? Im, with, right? Im, with Miraim. Who will rise up for me with the Miraim? With those who are about that rara, all that rara, about the bad, the evil, Miraim. The displeasing one, the sad ones, the dangerous one, the evil ones, the wicked ones, ethically or otherwise, the hurtful ones. Who will rise up for I? Mi yakum liya ima miraim? Me yitayaseb. Who will take a stand? Li, who will take a stand for me? Mia yitayaseb li im, with the po'alei aven, with the habitual workers of iniquity, of aven, of trouble, of wickedness. This word is an interesting word. It means to exert yourself in vain, right? You exert yourself, like to pant, to exert oneself, usually in vain, right? So their iniquity, they're habitually working for that which is going to come to nothing anyway. But who is going to take a stand? Yitayatzeb, right? So one, we have Yakum, to rise up, Yakum, and Yitayatzeb. Yitayatzeb is in the heat pa'el sense. Yitayatzeb, to station oneself, to take one stand, right? To present oneself, like to stand with someone, take a stand with someone against what's going on. Remember, the psalm here is pointed about the lawless ones, the Torahless ones in Yisrael. Security in Elohim, rise up for me as my champion. The implied answer to Mi yakum liya ima miraim, right? Who will rise up for I against the evildoers, right? Mia yitayatzeb li, who take a stand with me, for me, ima po'alei awen, against, with the workers, of iniquity. The implied answer is that Yahweh alone, levado, alone, all one. here to 17th verse, the Yod Zayn right here. Unless, ule, right? Ule, unless, except, if not, ule, if not, ule, unless, Yahweh, right? My help, my soul, my psyche had almost dwelt in silence. I wouldn't even be able to speak. Had almost quickly, right? Almost quickly, ma'at, little, right? Almost very nearly had dwelt in silence. My soul, my psyche. Lule Yahweh Ezratali. Lule, except or if, right? The sense of if, like except, like unless, Lule Yahweh, unless Yahweh, he who be, Ezrata, help for me, Ezrata li, Lule Yahweh, Ezrata li, ki ma'at, like a little, almost like a little, ki ma'at, right? Shakna, she would have dwelt, almost a little Shakna, she would have dwelt, Duma, silently, Nafshi, my soul, my psyche would have dwelt, would have become silent. I mean, I could not give praise, my soul, my psyche chant, like almost like a psychological death if Yahweh was not the Ezratali, if he was not the Ezratali. The silence here, right? Duma, right? Duma, silence, being dumb in the sense of not speaking. My soul would have been like in silence, the figurative sense, my soul, my psyche would have died. If Yahweh was not on my side. Lule Yahweh Ezratali, ki ma'ata shachnat duma nafshi, my soul, my psyche. Here, the Yod Chet, 18th, my Pasuk, verse right here. When I said, my foot slippeth, thy mercy, O Yahweh, held me up. Right here. Right? If, when, amarti, like if I had said, or the sense of when, but more like if I had said, amarti, mata ragli, right? Ragli, my regel, my foot, ragli, my foot, not my feet, but my foot, ragli, right? Ragli, right? Mata, had been mot mata, had slipped, had shaken, had tottered, had been moved. My standing, ima martia, mata ragli, chasideka, Yahweh, yis adeinu, chasideka, Yahweh, yis adeinu, right? Here, thy mercy, chasideka, thy chesed, right? Thy loving kindness, thy faithfulness, thy mercy, thy loving kindness, O Yahweh, yis adeinu, had Sa'ad, right? Sa'ad, had Sa'ad me. Sika, that's a yis adeinu, should have said, chasideka, Yahweh, yis adeini. Yis ade ani had Sa'ad me, right? Chasideka Yahweh Yisa Adeni. Yis Adeni had Sa'ad ani me. Yis Adeni had supported me. Sa'ad, right? Sa'ad Yis Ade ani Yis Adeni had established me, had supported, sustained me, right? The sense of like giving heart encouragement, like to uphold, in the sense of the supporter, upholder of the throne, right? Support, right? Mostly figuratively, had sustained me, right? Had held me up, right? Has sa'ad me. So here, if I say if, right? The sense of if I say, the Hebrew literally is amarti, right? Not and Emmanuel, but soft a, not hard a, soft a, if, hard a, with. Here is amarti, if amarti, if I had amard, mata ragli, Mata ragli, my foot slip, my foot. Mata ragli. Chasideka Yahuwah Yis Adeni had Sa'ad Ani, had supported me. If I think to myself, right? If I say to myself, my foot slippeth. Here we have Psalm 38, round about verse 16, 16, 17. Psalm 38, the sense of foot slipping, right here to the Yod 8 to 19th verse right here, right? In the multitude of my thoughts, see? So the sense of if I said doesn't always have to mean like amarti, doesn't always have to mean like always out loud. Like if I say to myself, if I think this to myself, you know what I'm saying? That's what the next verse points it. In the multitude of my what? My thoughts. Right? Because usually we'll say something to ourselves, in ourselves, or out of ourselves because of thoughts. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, where? Within me, thy comforts delight my soul. Here speaking to Yahweh, it says, Bero, Sarapai, Bikerbi, Bero, in the multitude, in the robe, multitude, nuff, robe, Bero, in the abundance, Bero, Sarapai, in the multitude of Sarap, right? Disquieting thoughts. So Sarapai is not just thoughts. You remember the word thoughts was the mahashaba, a thought good or bad, right? But here Sarapai, right, is like my disquieting thoughts, the thoughts that disquiet. Sarapai, my cogitation, right? Saif, right? My ambivalence, division. Like sometimes you're thinking about things and you trying to decide, but you really can't come to that decision. That's like the saif in the sa'af, right? The sa'af. It's like thoughts, but it's like disquieting thoughts. And they are saif, because they create an ambivalence, like a division. Like, maybe yes, maybe no. It's a divided opinion, right? A divided opinion. Being divided, you see, as we get to the root here, being divided in mind, in mentality. It's like a sentiment, but this sentiment is a dividing sentiment. Sometimes you get that sentiment, and once you push it away, you can make a decision. But here, he's saying this. He's saying, Bero, in the multitude of Sarapai, my disquieting thoughts, big urbi, right? Big urbi in the kareb of me, of Ani, big urbi, right? In the midst of me, in the innermost of my inner sense, right? Tanahumeka, ye sha'asha'o, nafshi. So here, thy tanhumeka, thy consolation. So what is a tanhum? Tanhum is like a consolation. Tanhumeka, your consolations, right? Your comforts. Tanhumeka, ye sha'a she'u, ye sha'a she'u. Yesha'ashu. What is sha'ashu? Yesha'ashu come from sha'a'a. What's a sha'a'a? Is like a stroke to smear over, a blinding, right? To smear, to blind. But that's one sense of like to be blinding over, right? To smear over the eyes, right? But here, the secondary sense applies here to sport, to take delight in. Yesha'ashu, right? To take delight, to take sport, to take delight, right? The sense of delighting, fondling, it's in the pala sense, right? Yesha'ashu, right? Your consolation, right? They please me, right? They amuse me, right? Have good acceptation, right? They please me. The sense brought out by the translator here is delight. They delight my nefesh, my psyche, my soul, right? They delight my psyche, right? So here, this verse, berob sarapai bikarbi, tanachumeka ye sha'ashu nafshi, right? It delights my soul, right? So the cares, or the thoughts here, right? The thoughts here, as we already mentioned, saraf, right? And in relation to saif, it's like a division. It's thoughts, but it's dividing thoughts, right? Distracting thoughts, right? Delight my soul. Ye sha'ashu nafshi, right? By creating in the heart, in the mind, a sense of calm, right? A sense of calm, a sense of calm. So here to the last part of today's daily psalm, verses 20 to 23, right? The Kaf verse right here. This section here, beginning with the Kaf verse, the 20th verse, till the end, the fulfillment, is unjust, unrighteous rulers doomed. Remember, this here is speaking about the unrighteous, unjust rulers amongst Yisrael, right? The epicenter, the context. Here it says, shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, that frameth mischief by a law? Chabarim. It's about chabarim, right? Dealing with fellowship, the chabarim, fellowship, right? Fellowship. So here, the Hebrew says, Haya chabreka, kiseya hawot, or Haya chavreka kiseya havot yotzir amala eleyachok. Now here they translate the word law, right? But actually it's hok. Remember, this is our theme in Bechukotai, right? The hok. Hok is a statute, right? Like a prescription, something prescribed, right? Right? Statute, a prescription, action prescribed, right? Prescribed limit, right? And then we take it down to the root verb is chakak. This is the verb chakak. So to do it as a verb, chakak. Once it's already done, it becomes a hok, right? So the hok, something that is cut out, right? Inscribed or engraved. Let's scroll all the way down here, right? It properly means to hack. Look at the English word, the English way of bringing it out in transliteration. Chakak, from the Hebrew, chakak. In English, you say hack, to hack. Can't hack, right? Chakak. That is to engrave. Why is it to engrave? In the later sense, it's to scribe. But the earlier humanity, they engraved it like in stone, right? By implication, it's to enact. So laws and rules and regulation, like Torot in ancient time, was cut or hacked, chakak, in stone or metal tablets in primitive times. So in the general sense, usage of this word is to prescribe, right? So here, where it says that frameth mischief by law, not by a Torah, but by a hok, right? Hexaus, right? Anyway, be that as it may, here, it says haya habreka, right? Having fellowship with the eye, Ye chabreka, having the chabar with the ka, the eye, kisei, the throne of the kisei, the covered seat, the throne of, right? The covered seat of dignity, of royal power, the covered throne, right? Kisei hawot. Modern Hebrew will say that as kisei havot. Kisei havot. Havoc. Hava. Modern Hebrew, Hawa. Ancient pointing. Here, modern pointing, Hava. So I read it two ways. Kisei, the ancient way, Afro-Semitic way. Kisei hawot. The modern Hebrew, Kisei havot. I like that because we could bring out this sense. Havoc, right? Hava, right? Desire in a bad sense. Hava, right? Hawa, right? Chasm, figuratively, destruction, right? Calamity, Hawa. The sense of this word, getting to the root, is like coveting, rushing upon something. And the implication of coveting something that you rush upon is a falling for that desire, a ruin, right? This is why it's brought out as mischief, right? Not mischief here, but as iniquity here, right? Have fellowship. And then they who frameth yatsar, who fashion, you know how they fashion law today? For the Israelites, we were given direction instruction, but for other people, they make up laws. So things that are illegal in Yahweh and the Creator sight, they say people have rights to that which ain't right. So they fashion. You see how they fashion it, right? Who frameth like Yotzer? They frameth mischief, right? They frameth amal, toil, trouble, labor, mischief, wearing effort. The sense of this is like worry, whether it's body or mind, right? So they frame this, right, mischief by, this should have been actually translated more better as mischief by statute, instead of mischief by law. Let me see if anybody else bring it out. Cruel rulers are not your allies. This is the NET translation. Cruel rulers are not your allies. Those who make down oppressive laws. Get the sense of it, but not a good translation. Shall the throne of wickedness have fellowship with you? Right? That brings about mischief by statute. This brings it out much more better. Haya chabreka kiseya hawot yotzir amal elei chok. Here. What do we have here? The seat of wickedness, right? The throne of destructions, right? The throne of havoc, havot, right? Hawot, right? Of a chasm. You remember the rich man and Lazarus in the bosom of Abraham, right? Notice that there was a chasm, there was a gap between them, right? So shall the throne of iniquity, right, of Hawot, of desire, of the chasm, have the fellowship, be like Chabarim with thee, right? The throne of destructions is a better translation. The throne of destructions, the Kisei Havot, the judiciary that schemes, the exploitation of the weak, of the poor, right? The widows, the orphans, you know what I mean? The fatherless, instead of upholding their rights, and instead of upholding real and genuine human rights about what is right in Yahweh's sight. So right here, have fellowship, haya chabrika, though he may tolerate, Yahweh may tolerate them for a time. It is inconceivable that Yahweh should allow these rapacious judges and grudges to shelter themselves under his authority. Remember, the epicenter is speaking about the lawless Israelites, right, amongst the righteous Israelites. Frameth mischief by a statute. Does what? Frameth mischief by a statute. Better than mischief by a law, because the word hawk is never really translated as law, but as statute. As statute. Yotzir amal elei hok. Right? What does this mean, Chabarim? Under the cloak of legal enactments, they work their mischievous plans, like the religious leaders in the time of Rabbeinu Yeshua HaNotri, Justice of Nazareth. Remember the scribes, the Pharisees? You know how they were twisting up stuff? You know, adding all these other rules and regulations to Shabbat observance. You know what I mean? It's just, that's a good sense of it, because they were under the cloak, right? The scribes, Pharisees, and Sadducees, whom Rabbeinu, our Rabbi Yeshua HaNotri, the rabbis, whom we reproved, they were those who framed mischief by statute, because it was under the cloak of legal, even Torah, quote unquote, enactments that they worked their mischievous plans. They acted unjustly, although in a sense they could call it legally, right? Because their laws or the rules and regulation they made the unlettered, unlearned Israelites make believe, right, are unjust. And this is why Yeshua, Rabbeinu, reproved them, right? And that's why they sought to do and did what they did to him. You see the truth? Who will stand up for I and I? Who will rise up? Well, he rise up. Will we rise? All rise. Haya chavreka kiseya hawota yotzir amal eleya hok. Here to the Kaf Aleph, 21st verse. The 21st verse right here. Here. They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous, against the psyche, against the mind. Remember, it's all a spiritual, a mental, a psychological war. Right? They gather themselves together against the soul, the psyche, the nefesh of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood. See, they have to try to psych out the righteous because the righteous are the only ones that probably will stand against them, right? That's why they gather themselves together against the soul, the psyche of the righteous, and condemn innocent blood, right? Right? Yagodu, right? Yagodu, they gored themselves, gadad, right? Cut, attack, penetrate, right? Here, the sense of this here, Yagodu, right, is to gather in troops, crowds, right? They crowd, they gash, they press. Remember when Yeshua was in the synagogue of Nazareth, right? He read what he read, he said what he said, they got angry with him, right? They got mixed up moods, they wanted to take him and throw him off of the brow of the city of Nazareth, right, where the city was built on, and, they ganged on him, right? No gang, right? They tried to gang bang, right? He just walked through the midst of them. But just to show you, that's an example right there in Luke's gospel. I think it's chapter 4, right? Yagodu ala nefesha tzadik. They gather themselves, they crowd in, they set up a truth, in a sense, all against the soul, the psyche of the tzaddik, the psyche of the righteous tzaddik. Here is the righteous one, the one who has made the right choice of conduct and character. They don't like that. You have the right conduct and oh, no. Yagodu ala nefesha tzadik, with dam and blood, dam naki, and the blood, the dam naki, and the blood of the innocent, the real innocent, yarshi'u, right? They condemn. So the dam naki, the blood, dam, right? Adam, right, is blood. Figuratively, it can be wine, right? The dam, and when Yeshua said, take this is his blood, and we drank wine, right? Innocent, naki is one who's clean, free, exempt, right? Free from guilt, clean, innocent, free from punishment, free, exempt from obligation. The sense here is the innocent one. Remember what Caiaphas said? It's expedient that one man die. He said, y'all don't know nothing at all, right? It's expedient that one man die for everyone, the innocent for the ratchet, right? Because in a sense, though it's not, we don't like it, but the wicked already dead. It's like they can't die for what? It's just a judgment death. You see what I'm saying? But here, full of this verse here again. Yagodu ala nefesha tzadika wadama naki yarshi'u. Now notice the word yarshi'u come from Rasha. Rasha as the verb. Rasha means to be wicked. Now notice the word to condemn. See, it means to be wicked, but in the verb sense, it means to be guilty, to be condemned, right? But see, here's what the ratchet do. The ratchet make the righteous seem like they are guilty, like you are condemnable. Because what does the verse says? They gather themselves together against the soul. The soul, the nefesh, is a suke, is a psyche. So it's like a spiritual warfare. It's a mind game. The soul of the righteous. And once they can do that, they psych you out, then they can condemn the innocent. So, the innocent. So then you are going against the innocent because Yarshi'u, they have condemned them or made them out to be the wicked, but actually the ones who are gathering against the soul of the righteous are the wicked. So you see how that goes right there, right? So they gather together, Yagodu. They conspire together, Yagodu. The meaning can be they attack, they make inroads, Yagodu, from Gadad. They penetrate, right? They cut, they attack, Yagodu, Yagodu, right? All upon Nefesh, the soul, the psyche of Tzaddik. All Nefesh Tzaddik. They penetrate, they cut, they attack, they invade, right? They invade, right? Now, once again, we're talking about the soul here, right? So we're not talking about like just physically. It's not what's physically, but psychologically. They attack, they make inroads upon the life, right? And even the mental health of the tzaddik, of the righteous, in order to condemn, right? Dam naki, to condemn innocent blood, to sentence men to death who are guiltless. See how this applies to Robenu, Yeshua HaNotri, right? Caiaphas, the high priest. He said, y'all don't know nothing. Right? It's expedient that one man die, then the whole nation perish. You know what I mean? And they went for that. That's an example right there. Right there. Right? So right here, one more time, the verse. Yagodu al nefesh tzadik Wadam naki yar shi'u. Wadam naki yar shi'u. Right? Here, the kaf bait, 22nd verse right here, next to last. Right? And Yahweh, right? And as for Yahweh, right? Wayahi, right? Wayahi Yahweh, and he who he be has become. Translation is not really, it says but the Lord. The word but is not really there. It's Wayahi, right? And he be, and it became, and it be, and it becomes, and it will be, right? Yahweh, he who he be, Li. He who he be will be for me. Wayahi, Yahweh Li. And it be, and it come to pass, and it be that he who he be is for me. Le miskab is for me a miskab, a height. He's a high in the higher heights, right? A high place, like a refuge, a retreat. You know when they say your arm's too short to box with God? So if Yahweh be for I and I a high place, a miskab, it's like they can't touch this. You know, it's inaccessible, like, you know, an altitude or even as a refuge, you know, a place of defense. But literally, this word miskab, right, is a height, right? Miskab is like a high place. It's like going through the turbulence or riding above it. You see what I'm saying? Right? Going through it, riding above it. So he's my defense or my high tower. Often brought out as my high tower. Second part of the verse right here. Welohei, or Slika, Welohai, right? Welohai, Elohai, my Elohim. We and Elohai, Welohai, and my Elohim, my God. Le Sor Machsi. And my God is a Sor, a rock, a strong place, a Sor, a rock, right? Machsi, a rock of my Machatze, right? Machsi, of my shelter, like a shelter from rainstorm, danger. Also, psychologically and soul, a shelter from the falsehood, right? The falsehood, the lies, and the slander, you know, protecting our mind state. We're focusing on his Torah, his instruction, right? His way, not on what they say. Wayahia Yahuwah Leah Miskab, Welhai, Lizora Machsi. What do we have here? Hath been. Some people translate like hath been, right? Here, KJV says he is, right? The more proper tense, right, is the perfect of certainty. We call this the perfect of certainty. So that's actually here in the Hebrew, right there. Wa yehi, vayehi, Yahovah, wayehi, Yahuwah li. And he who he be will surely be. He will be, right? So even that right there, the Wayahi, it links with the Hashem, the name, Yahuwah, he who be. Wayahi, and he will be, he will become, he who he be for me, Le Miskab, will come for me a high place, right? A high tower. So we have Miskab and the Sur Machsi, and a rock of refuge, right? A rock of my refuge. We have that in Psalm 18, early part of Psalm 18, around about verse 2, verse 3, right here. Wayahi, Yahuwah li lemiskab, Welhai lisor machsi. Here. Lord of my machsi, of my refuge. Here, to the yod, not the yod, we're in the kaf, the kaf gimel right here, right? Final verse here. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yea, Yahweh Eloheinu, our Elohim, Almighty Power, Creator, Judge, shall cut them off. Here, fulfillment verse. Wayasheb aleihem eta onam Ubera'atama yatzmitain. Yatzmitain. Yahuwah Eloheinu. Yatzmitain. 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 Yeah, Yatzmitain right here, bringing out the sense of Samat. Samat. Yatzmitain, right? To put an end. Yatzmitain. Yahweh Eloheinu, put an end to them. Yatzmitain literally means put an end to them. Yatzmitain. 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 To Samat. Smat them. Yatzmitain. Put an end, cut them off, destroy, exterminate, extirpate, annihilation, right? Extirpation, right? Literally or figuratively. So here it's translated as cut off, elsewhere consume, destroy, vanish. But the sense of this right here, samat, samat is to terminate, right? Yatzmitain, to put an end to. Yatzmitain, put an end to them. So here, the final verse right here. Why Yasheb Eleihem. Why Yasheb. And he will turn or return Yasheb from the Yashab to bring the shuv sense, right? He will return, right? He will turn Yasheb Elay upon them. Aleihem, right? Shalom Aleihem, no, right? Yasheb Aleihem Eta Onam. He will return upon them their Onam, right? Eta Onam, right? Eleihem, right? Their iniquity, right? Upon them, right? He will bring upon them their own iniquity. Let me scroll down here, because there's another word they don't bring out here. Eta Onam. Okay, Onam, right? Eta Avonam. Okay, Onam, Avonam. Some will say Avonam, we say Onam, right? Eta Onam. What the Onam, Awain, Onam, right? Trouble, wickedness, sorrow, right? Their exertion. They're exerting themselves in vain. He's going to return upon them, right? They're exerting themselves for nothing is going to be turned upon them. Wayasheb Eleihem Eta Onam Ube Ra'atam. And in their evil, Ra'atam, Ra, all their Ra'atam, in their in their badness, their evilness. Ube Ra'atam, Yatzmitain, he will samat, exterminate their wickedness. So some translations like KJV says, he shall cut them off in their own wickedness. In their wickedness, he shall exterminate them. Yeah, he shall exterminate them in their wickedness. Uber ra'atam yatzmitain, he shall exterminate them. Yahweh Eloheinu, he who be, our Elohim, our Creator, Judge, Almighty Power. Yatzmitain, he hath brought upon them. Also is the perfect of certainty, right? He will bring upon them, right? He will, right? Yasheb, Vayasheb. He will bring Elay up on them. Vayasheb Eleihem. He will bring upon them, right? He will bring upon them their own iniquity, their trouble, their ra'atam. He will bring upon them their trouble. Well, he's going to destroy them in their iniquity. We're going to bring upon them their iniquity, their onam, avonam, right? We touched on that, avonam. Yes, right? Their trouble, the trouble they had intended to befall others, right? The trouble they intended to befall others. It's like they dug the pit and they're falling into it. In their own evil, ra'atam, in their own rara, right? By means of evil that they thought to do to the innocent, they will themselves perish. Make them fall by their own counsels, right? Make them fall by their own counsels, right? We have that in Psalm 5 at verse 11. right? Verse 10, verse 11. Make them fall by their own counsels, their own advice. Let them fall by, based on, not take our advice, but let them fall based on their own advice, their own counsel. And also in Psalm 7, round about verse 16, verse 17, his mischief shall return upon his own head. His mischief shall return upon his own head. Hear, brothers and sisters and brothers. Hear. Let's touch on the Hebrew here, right? And then we'll seal up with the English.
מזמור צד ד' אל נקמות אדוני, אל נקמות הופיע, הנשא שופט הארץ, השב גמול על גאים. עד מתי רשעים אדוני, עד מתי רשעים יעלוזו, יביעו ידברו עתק, יתאמרו כל פועלי אבן. עמך אדוני ידכאו, ונחלתך יענו, אלמנה וגר יהרוגו, ויתומים ירצחו. ויאמרו לא יראה ולא יבין אלוהי יעקב. בינו בוערים בעם, וכסילים מתי תשכילו. הנוטע אוזן הלא ישמע, אם יוצר עין הלא יביט. היוסר גויים הלא יוכיח, המלמד אדם דעת. אדוני יודע מחשבות אדם, כי המה הבל. אשרי הגבר אשר תייסרנו יה, ומתורתך תלמדנו. להשקיט לו מימי רע, עד יקרא לרשע שחת. כי לא יתוש אדוני עמו, ונחלתו לא יעזוב. כי עד צדק ישוב משפט, ואחריו כל ישרי לב. מי יקום לי עם מרעים, מי יתייצב לי עם פועלי אבן. לולא אדוני עזרת לי, כמעט שכנה דומה נפשי. אם אמרתי מה תרגלי, חסדך אדוני יסעדני. ברוב שר אפי בקרבי, תנחומך ישעשעו נפשי. היי חברך כיסא אבות, יוצר עמל עלי חוק. יגודו על נפש צדיק, ודם נקי ירשיעו. ויהי אדוני לי למשגב, ואלוהי לצור מחסי. וישב עליהם את אונם, וברעתם יצמיתם. יצמיתם אדוני אלוהינו, 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 אלוהינו.
Here, the Anglit on the outro, the Anglit, the English, right here. Oh, yes.
Lion of Judah Society.
מזמור צד ד' אל נקמות אדוני, אל נקמות הופיע, הנשא שופט הארץ, השב גמול על גאים. עד מתי רשעים אדוני, עד מתי רשעים יעלוזו, יביעו ידברו עתק, יתאמרו כל פועלי אבן. עמך אדוני ידכאו, ונחלתך יענו, אלמנה וגר יהרוגו, ויתומים ירצחו. ויאמרו לא יראה ולא יבין אלוהי יעקב.
When I say more, you say fire! More fire!
Yeah. A mislabeled track. I gotta clean that mislabeled track up. That was the same track again. It was mislabeled. But here. Just to come again. Yes, there we go. Yes, sir. Here the English. Yeah. The Hebrew highlights. Well.
Lion of Judah.
Here we go.
Psalm 94.
מזמור צד ד'.
O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth.
אל נקמות אדוני.
O God, to whom vengeance belongeth, show thyself.
אל נקמות הופיע.
Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth.
הנשא שופט הארץ.
Render a reward to the proud.
השב גמול על גאים.
Lord, how long shall the wicked
עד מתי רשעים אדוני.
How long shall the wicked triumph?
עד מתי רשעים יעלוזו.
How long shall they utter and speak hard things?
יביעו ידברו עתק.
And all the workers of iniquity boast themselves.
יתאמרו כל פועלי
They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless. Yet they say, the Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob regard it. Understand, ye brutish among the people, and ye fools, when will ye be wise? He that planted the ear, shall he not hear? He that formed the eye, shall he not see? He that chastiseth the heathen, shall not he correct? He that teacheth men knowledge, shall not he know? The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man, that they are vanity. Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest, O Lord, and teachest him out of thy law, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit be digged for the wicked. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Unless the Lord had been my help, my soul had almost dwelt in silence. When I said, my foot slippeth, thy mercy, O Lord, held me up. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law? They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood. But the Lord is my defense. My God is the rock of my refuge. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yea, the Lord our God shall cut them off.
Yes. Lala Tov, Boker Tov here, this message here. Philippians 4:11 and 12, the Ashrei, the Beatitude. I have learning to be content with whatever I have, and I know how to live on almost nothing or with everything. I have learned the secret of living in almost every situation, whether it be with a full stomach or empty, with plenty or little. This is this translation right here, but just for kind of an outro theme as we're coming to the Shabbat day, at least the eve of the Shabbat day here. in the season, reason for the season. And this right here for the outro. Finally, Chabarim, brothers, companions, fellows, brothers and sisters. Finally, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if there is any excellence, if there is anything worthy of praise, think on these things. Philippians 4 and 8. These are the things that we need to think upon. Guard our heart and mind, brothers and sisters, sisters and brothers. Shua Shalom.
We can rely on the conquering lion. Most lighter, you're the only one we can rely on. Hail up the conquering lion. Most lighter, you're the only one we can rely on.
They went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Shabua Tov, Shua Shalom, Chabarim.